30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Yeah, but now, poor thing. I mean, she's having to, go through the same disciplinary actions that he is.
Well, and they're going to be back in school together Monday or whatever.
Seth, I tell you what I do. I'm the dad. I go to the offensive tackle to the football team, who's the baddest son of a bitch. I give him $300 or $400. Like, I want you to beat the ever living shiz out of this guy because you can't kill him.
Let's just hope that wasn't the left tackle.
Yeah. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We are live from the Bubba Radio Network studios, 1 mile south of the Tampa International Airport. If there be a plane coming in on the backup runway and he'd lose his shiz, he'd come crashing down right on top of us.
Yep.
And if we survived, would we have one hell of a lawsuit against like Delta 19 or 49er?
Oh, yeah. It'd be a huge lawsuit.
Yeah. Let's hope that never happens.
Neil Mount plays here over the weekend, $200.
Oh, my God. Thank you, Neil Mount plays here. Big news. I don't even have time for pleasantries and what do we do this weekend. And I will get into, obviously, I'll get into WrestleMania 41. Seth Kushner watched that. I think he watched both nights, including the Hall of Fame ceremony.
No, the Hall of Fame's boring as hell. But I watched night 1 and night 2 of Mania.
Now, after the Hall of Fame, is that when they go wrestle, or do they wrestle, like, it's a 2-night show? So that means you could work, meaning wrestle, on Friday or Saturday based on how big of a star you are.
Well, they have SmackDown on Friday, and then they have the Hall of Fame ceremony, and then Saturday's night 1 of WrestleMania, and then Sunday's night 2.
So Hall of Fame ceremonies could be like more of a day kind of deal, or is it like an afternoon deal?
Well, they had. I mean, it was after SmackDown, so they had it.
After
they had it at night in Vegas. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And it was at where the Raiders play, right?
Yes.
In late breaking news, I have to get right to this before I can get into any other stuff. And that is, at 88 years old, Pope Francis?
Yes.
Pope Francis, is he the first Latino to ever be Pope?
He's the first Jesuit, the first Latin American, the first American of anyone in this hemisphere to be elected.
This guy's an American?
Well, no, he was from, I believe, Argentina, but he was from the Americas, and he was actually an Italian that immigrated there after the war. His family.
Florida, I'm Ashley Strohmeyer live from New York. Somber news from the Vatican, especially following Easter Sunday, with word of Pope.
Now, when you're the Pope, aren't you supposed to, like in the religious stuff, like you're supposed to be the nearest man of God?
Michael Rucker, 25. The Fat Pig, $10.
Now, is he a fat pig or am I the fat pig?
He's a fat pig.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm learning how to take insults.
Yeah.
Now, Dennis, you're Italian and you're Catholic, so this is right down your power alley. Mm. Is the Pope like the closest man to God?
Arguably, yes. But I mean, they don't. Some popes have become saints, but most popes really are just kind of an administrative job.
Right.
But you represent the church. You're the highest authority in the church.
Do you make? I mean, are you like, if the church got like a pee touching, lawsuit on them, would it go all the way up to you as to whether you settled or how much you gave them, or you fought it, or you laid down on the deal? Are you the?
Yeah, he'd have a lot of input on that, and there was a huge number of cases settled under his watch, and the watch before him.
I think actually,
Benedict.
I think between Benedict and him, the majority of all the cases were settled.
Yes.
I think so.
Francis has died. The 88-year-old pontiff had been hospitalized since February 14th when he was admitted to Rome's hospital after a week-long bout of bronchitis got worse. Later, it was revealed he suffered from double pneumonia. Yesterday, things did...
Hey, I'm telling you, man.
He's got some grabbing ears, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got some grabbing ears. I got to tell you, that bronchial thing that's going around, it takes, honest to God, a good month to get over.
You think you had the Pope disease?
I had the Pope bronchial.
Really?
Yeah.
You survived it?
Well, yeah. I mean,
he said mass. I mean, he made an appearance yesterday and then died right after.
It turned for the worse, with the Vatican saying Pope Francis was in critical condition after suffering a long asthmatic respiratory.
I hope that I'm not out making an appearance, like I'm out great in the track, Lummy, one day, and then I just die the next.
Oh, that's exactly what you want, Bubba. That's exactly what you want. You don't want to be tied up to a machine for 6 weeks on the way out. You want to be doing the best thing, the most funnest thing that you can do, and die the next day.
Yeah,
that's
but
perfection.
How can your body be that finicky? Meaning, like if it's fully functional one day, and then you're dead.
Well, he was rolled out in a wheelchair. He wasn't like grading, he wasn't doing lawn mowing and doing a bunch of yard work yesterday. But
so being in a lawn chair and being rolled out to a personal appearance is like being dead. It's like Weekend at Bernie's kind of deal.
Do you think he knew he was going to die yesterday?
No.
Okay, well, I didn't know if he goes, I want to make one last speech. I know maybe God told him it's your last day.
I'm going to die.
What would you do if they told you it was your last day?
Oh, my God.
But you had your full health, Bubba.
I go shoot somebody.
Oh, really? That's how you'd spend your last day.
Well, not a random person, Dan.
No, I wouldn't. We know.
This fat guy has a short radio show. Listen to Cal.
I'm not going to mention any names. But I'd go out and shoot probably
5 to 7 people.
Some spicy guy.
Dan, you're just no. We're not giving any names or hints.
Crisis. Pope Francis was born in Buenos Aires in December.
I know that we put the Spice Boy has sex, phone sex with Karen Angle on our X.
Yes.
How's it doing?
It's doing all right. I think some people were pretty upset and probably were reporting it. Me and Gary were talking about that.
If it
over
gets
the weekend.
reported, then obviously it gets kind of buried on the algorithm and it doesn't do as well. But I don't think they strike your account or nothing, do they?
No. But if you get a certain amount, it hurts it.
Well,
17th. 1936. He was a pontiff of the people. He was known for blessing the poor and denying him.
Hold on. If he was born in 36 and I was born in 66, then that means I got about 30 more years left.
That's it.
I mean, that's it.
Set your alarm clock.
You have the same trajectory as the Pope.
Yes. 88, say late.
I think I got better genes than the Pope.
Yeah, you're in better shape than him.
I don't know, but Dan, what is the normal life expectancy for a man and a woman in the United States now? Like how?
I believe it's in the low 80s. Like 84, 83.
Is it that low?
Yeah.
Well, your mom's shattering all those records.
Yes.
I bet you your mom lives 90 plus.
I think so.
She is so spry.
Yeah.
She has the energy of a 55-year-old.
And she can give you, she almost has the Joe look. When she's mad.
Well, fortunately, Dan, I've not gotten Arlene to look at me in a mad way. I've always been in good graces and in favorable conditions when I've been with your mom. I've never gotten that Joe look, to be honest with you.
Himself some of the luxuries bestowed on popes ahead of him. And then in March of...
Now, how do they pick... By the way, the Pope's dad died literally just hours ago. Now, what's the process of getting a new pope? Don't they have to bring all the cardinals in and all the bishops in?
It's mostly the cardinals that do the voting, and he was one of those guys. He was made a bishop, then he was made like a few years later he was made an archbishop, and then like a few years later he was made a cardinal. And the cardinal is the last step before pope. So when the pope dies, they do the conclave, and then they put all the cardinals in a room, and they do secret ballots, and they keep voting until someone gets, I think, 2/3 of the votes. And the public understands what's happening because they have smoke.
They lock themselves up in part of the Vatican,
Yes.
and they let the smoke continue to come out of the chimney,
Black smoke,
while they're voting and working it out.
Right.
And they'll go vote after vote after vote.
2 a day, they said.
How many?
2 a day, a
2
morning and
votes
an
a day.
afternoon.
And until they get it locked in that some candidate. Now, is there any politicking involved, you think?
Hell yeah. And now you got to understand, the majority of these cardinals were picked by Francis, so they're going to probably have a similar philosophy to him. He was pope long enough to have his legacy kind of be, influential in the next pope.
Is there ever anybody, when they're doing the pope picking, that first ballot?
I don't know. It's the secret ballot, so I'm not really sure.
Now,
but once they pick it, though, the smoke turns from black to white. They start ringing the bells, and it's a huge celebration. Do you know how they make the smoke from black to white?
No.
The black smoke apparently is from they put moisture on what they're burning. And then originally, the ballots themselves.
They got some altar boy with their squirt bottles squirting the wood down.
Yeah, it's not the only thing he's squirting.
He's like, man, I'm glad I got the wood squirting detail because Jimmy, he's in there taking it right now.
He got the massage detail.
Every cardinal's getting a deep tissue massage from Jimmy. Happy ending. I just got to squirt this stupid wood. That's all I got to do.
And then when they finally get to a vote that's successful, they burn the ballots, and that's what would make the white smoke. I think now they do something artificial, but that's how it originally was done.
Then the new pope comes out, and here's for the next 60 days or whatever. Maybe our news cycle is much more ADHD now, in the fact that they make a big deal, and he travels the world, and he goes and visits all the world leaders, and he's got the Pope Mobile, and he's the new pope, and all this kind of deal. Big deal, Pope Schmope. Pope.
Well, he's got a checkered past. He got famous because there's one of those like miracles happened in his parish where a host, the Eucharist, fell on the ground. They saved it and ended up growing like human tissue. It was tested. Yeah.
What? Help us out here. What?
There is a miracle where when the Eucharist falls.
What's a Eucharist?
The stuff they give at communion, the circle,
bread?
the round bread. Yeah.
Yeah.
It fell on the ground, and then they sometimes will take that piece that fell on the ground, not consume it, but put it back into like
I'd have the 5-second rule. That's what I'd have if I'm the Pope.
It's a huge deal if it hits the ground. That's why the altar boys used to have those little trays to catch it so that you wouldn't let it hit the ground.
God.
And I was an altar boy. I caught a couple.
I'm sure you did.
So, piece of bread grew tissue?
Human tissue, yes. It had a unique DNA and the whole 9 yards.
Oh,
It's a huge miracle. No, half the people believe it, half the people don't. But that was under his watch in one of his parishes.
All right, well, you're the smartest guy I know. Can a piece of bread turn into a thumb? Hell no.
Well, with the miracle of God, anything's possible.
Okay, whatever. So anyway, listen, I'm not going to go on and on and on.
Wait, there's also some bad things. 2 more
he
things
was
real fast, Bubba.
Yeah, please, if you could.
Okay.
You're our Pope expert. I'm just going to report right now, and then we're done. Pope Francis, dead at 88. Died. Did he die in his sleep, or did he? I mean, I guess
he died right after meeting J.D. Vance, which is another thing that makes me wonder because Trump hated Francis. He did not like Francis because Francis went after him.
Is this true that he died after meeting J.D. Vance?
Yes, he met J.D. Vance yesterday. I wonder if J.D. Vance slipped him something in the handshake.
Had like some
kind of like Godfather 3, where the Pope suddenly dies out of nowhere. What the hell?
All right, so what do you got with regards? You said you had 2 more things in the Pope
one
deal.
was that the J.D. Vance did the J.D. Vance like slip him something, and the other thing was like I said, he had a really controversial existence as Pope, and like you said, all these child touching
what
things.
What was the most controversial thing he had? The child touching gimmick?
Well, no. Also, the gay marriage should be allowed in the church, and that people should be able to be divorced and get remarried in the church. Check.
Oh, so Pope Francis really went against very hardcore Catholic ideology, if you will, and that is no gays. And you can't divorce. And he opened it wide up and said, come on down, all the gay people. We love you.
He was very pro LGBTQ+.
Do you know why?
Because he was LGBT.
No,
Because everyone around him was.
No, because the Catholicism and being a Catholic and following going to church every whatever the hell and tithing and whatever, the church had, because of all the children's sex scandals, has just absolutely lost masses of volume of attendance in churchgoers, that they had to open up to the gays and to the divorces people in order to get their numbers back up.
Interesting.
And the divorce thing, too.
That's what I'm saying. The divorce and the gays.
It worked by embracing the Central and South America, because that really helped the the numbers for the Catholics.
I mean, if I'm a hardcore Catholic dude, and I'm not gay and I'm not divorced, and I'm taking my family, and we're believing and we're trying to live the Catholic way, and I keep seeing million. I think they're over $1 billion.
What the value of the Vatican?
No, what they've settled in child touching.
Yes, I think it's around $1 billion.
Yeah, they're into the billion, and I keep seeing another $10 million settlement to little Johnny, another $15 million settlement, this and that. Eventually, I'm thinking, you know what, where there's smoke, there's fire. Obviously, this happened because you don't write checks. You don't write $10 million checks if little Johnny really didn't get messed around with.
It's a little over $5 billion now.
Yeah.
Five.
Yeah.
16,276 sex abuse allegations.
$5 billion. I'm telling my wife and family, if I had one, I think I'm gonna. I think we can be religious and believe in Jesus and believe in God, or maybe just believe in God or whatever. I don't think I'm gonna go to this organization anymore, because it seems like my money is being used to pay off, men that have been, sexually violated by Pope Bob, 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have to be intellectually honest, you have to look like, well, I mean, how many of the Baptist ministers were accused of sexual, improprieties, and the Jewish rabbis and the Protestant, the Lutherans.
Just Google and see how much
I'm sure
the Jewish rabbis have paid.
I'm not trying
pennies
to
on the dollar
that.
compared to what this guy, what the Pope has paid.
The Catholic Church has a deep pocket, but I'm sure the Episcopalian Church has a deep pocket. There's got to be other allegations.
Pope's dead.
So Jesus rises on Easter. That's
Correct.
how it works?
Mm-hmm.
Is it
after y'all killed him?
So if Jesus has to rise, eventually he has to go back, because then there's another Easter. He rises again. Did he rise, take the Pope, and then go back with the Pope?
He doesn't rise every year. It celebrates when he rose 2,000 years ago.
We know that. We don't think that he rises every year.
I thought he was
That's what
right.
he's saying.
I thought he was right. I thought he rose every year.
I know.
No, he said like groundhog.
Why didn't know? I thought he snatched the Pope. It's like, you're coming with me.
He's out like Pepsi-Quantatani. He's out
Pepsi-Tani Phil?
Yeah, he's out like Pepsi-Quanty Tail Phil. Jesus only had kung fu powers to kick those rocks off one time, and to kick those two. Wasn't there two Roman dudes like with spears guarding the rocks?
Yeah,
and
they fell asleep.
And they fell asleep. He put the magic dust in their eyes, and they like.
Well, but when they found the tomb, though, it was so early in the morning that the sun had not come up yet. So, I mean, it's not unreasonable that a guard's going to fall asleep at like 4 in the morning.
It's not unreasonable that no human being in the world could ever have moved those two rocks except Jesus all of a sudden.
Exactly.
And Jesus wasn't even a bodybuilder. He was a real scrawny little guy.
Well, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. The angels did it.
The angels are invisible.
Yeah, they could burn in a bush, Seth and I were talking about that earlier.
Get the hell out of here.
The 10 Commandments.
My mom hates hearing that. I claim that Moses was high on shrooms when he was talking to God in the burning bush.
Did that get you heat at Easter ceremony?
Because Aaron Rodgers talked to God on the burning bush, didn't he?
He talked to everybody. He had a conversation with Mike Tomlin in the burning bush.
Aaron, I think. Listen,
Lombardi's voice.
Not to get too far down the road, but it's not looking too good for Aaron Rodgers.
No, it isn't.
I mean, Seth, you're a sports guy, and it's not looking so swell for him. The Jets the Jets really screwed him over. They flew him out to New York from his Malibu home, which you got to understand, man. If you fly private, that's probably
$50,000.
He's got money.
No, hold on. He's got more money, yeah, but that's $40,000. That's $40,000 a leg.
Yeah,
so
all day long.
That's $80,000. Fly out from Malibu just to sit down in 20 seconds He told the story on Pat McAfee. I had it last week. I got rid of it because I got tired of looking at it. He told Pat McAfee that he sat down with the coach for just a few seconds for chit-chatting. The coach went to get the general manager. The general manager and Aaron are chit-chatting. The coach says, so what do you want to do? Are you interested in playing football? Aaron Rodgers is such a dick. Rather than saying, yeah, I want to play, he goes, I'm interested. And the coach, within 20 seconds, this is Aaron Rodgers' very own words on the Pat McAfee show, said that the coach said within 20 seconds, well, we decided to go a different direction in our quarterback deal. We don't want you. See you later.
Yeah, but you know what? If they would have done it over the phone, he would have been on Pat McAfee going, they fired me over the phone.
Right.
They didn't have the decency to talk to me to my face.
He has really kind of positioned himself as a little prima donna diva bitch. Oh. And I don't think that...
You loved him, man. You loved him.
No, I did.
For years, you loved him, man.
Here's the problem.
He just played, Dan,
he played
the last couple years of when he was in Green Bay.
Wrong. He played it wrong.
And the judge came out and said that's not how the story went, but...
Seth, you said the last 2 years in Green Bay.
I was just say the last couple years in Green Bay, that's when he really started wanting control, and he was pissed off they didn't get it, and they had Jordan Love there, and he started speaking out a little bit more, and that's, I think, over the last few years, he's become very outspoken. On top of the politically charged issues that
the ayahuasca,
he's taking a side on. Yeah, he's
I want to be a Jeopardy host.
He's very polarizing.
Here's the deal: when Tom Brady,
and now New York hates him, so
now when Tom Brady, here's the deal with Aaron Rodgers. When Tom Brady set precedent, and prior to Tom Brady, it was Peyton Manning. But when Peyton Manning set precedent that you can go to a different team and kind of dictate play calling, personnel, and by the way, Peyton Manning pulled it off beautifully. He won Denver. He won them a Super Bowl, did he not?
Yes.
Against the Panthers.
Yep.
And then Tom Brady is the greatest of all time, GOAT. He's in New England. They got a lockdown Bill Belichick system where, I got to think that Tom Brady had a lot of say so, but not the type of power he felt that at that time a 6-time Super Bowl champion should have on personnel and stuff. He just wanted to be in the loop of personnel and things like that. He decides to go, I'm out of here. He talks to Jason Light of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jason Light, general manager, says, hey, bud, if you want to tell us who the bus driver is, we don't care. We just get your ass down here. You want Gronk? You got him. You want Antonio Brown? You got him. You want Fournette? You got him. We will keep. You want to get rid of who was the Arians? Bruce Arians? You want to get rid of him? Boom, you got it.
You want your wife to disappear? Boom.
I'm just saying. You want to live in Derek Jeter's old house? Boom, you got it. So Rodgers sees this. Brady pulls it off wonderful, masterfully. Yeah. Like, he pulled it off. Came in, first year Tampa Bay Super Bowl champions. And so Rodgers sees this. He thinks that he can emulate that. He can't because he doesn't have the style and grace that Tom Brady does.
He also doesn't have the talent and also doesn't have the hardware.
I think he might have. I think he might have the skill set.
Yeah, of choking.
No.
He's got weapons. He's got his arm. He's got a better arm than Brady.
I'm just telling you right now.
His greatest asset was the noose.
Dan, I'm telling you right now that Tom Brady, that Aaron Rodgers and he at the age that he is now has the same skill set that Tom had, because Tom was 5 years older than what Rodgers is right now. So Rodgers has the skill set. He's just a mind case. He's hard. Tom Brady was easy to deal with. He communicated quickly. I mean, officially. He wasn't going into some kind of mountains of Argentina and doing ayahuasca and being a weirdo and missing, Tom Brady didn't miss OTCs.
Last year he did, though. His last year, his head was gone.
Okay. But I'm talking about his first year.
Oh, his first 20 years.
I'm talking about the year that he went from New England to Tampa.
Consummate professional.
Didn't miss OTCs.
Nope.
Didn't miss team meetings, wasn't a problem, and they won a championship. Aaron Rodgers saw this, thought he could emulate Brady, couldn't, and I don't know that he'll play another. I don't know. I think he has the skill set to play in the league. I just think that he's almost Tim Tebow'd himself, where you bring too much drama. Isn't that pretty bad? Where a 4-time MVP now is considered. I'm not going to have him
a pariah
because he's a media spectacle, and Seth, wasn't it that it was a news? Wasn't there a report where whoever picked him, might have been the Jets? I think the Jets, when they were talking about him potentially coming back, they were like, "We're going to have a no appearing on Pat McAfee provision."
That they said that was never true. The Jets,
but I do think that your starting quarterback appearing on the most popular sporting program, once a week, could be a distraction.
Well, but it's like you just told the story that Aaron Rodgers told. He went to New York. They said, "Do you want to play football?" He said, "I'm interested." They go, "We're going in a different direction." So I don't know how you would get to the you can't appear on Pat McAfee if they let him go within 15 minutes of meeting with him.
Yeah,
and they said that he said he was in town and wanted to meet, so they invited him up. That they didn't fly him out there.
I hope, and listen. I loved Aaron Rodgers. I think Green Bay, this whole thing could have been diverted, or it had Green Bay negotiated more honestly with Devontae Adams and gave Aaron Rodgers a little bit of say-so in personnel. I think he'd still be a Packer. Well, no, because they drafted Jordan.
And also, they started paying him a lot too, which hurts the ability to bring other players in.
They could have absorbed that, but they couldn't have absorbed because at this time, you had Jordan Love's rookie deal up, so you're gonna have to pay him. So probably the demise of Aaron Rodgers, Seth, was when the minute that they drafted Jordan Love without him knowing.
Well, I mean, he let that be his demise.
Right.
That's true.
Hello.
Hey, good morning, Bubba. How are you?
81390, Bubba, go ahead.
Hey, just wanted to see if you guys and or Seth or you saw that Cena won and broke Flair's record last night.
Yes, we're going to talk about WrestleMania 41 here quite extensively here in a few minutes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump the gun there.
All right,
Have
buddy.
a good day, man. I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you. Thank you. No problem. Yes, it was WrestleMania 41 last night. WrestleMania now is a 2-day, extravaganza where Friday they do what? They do Raw Friday night from the venue, and then they do after Raw they do the Hall of Fame ceremonies, and then on Saturday night is WrestleMania, and the big card, the main event of the night was just freshly turned heel John Cena taking on the Ultimate Babyface and Cody Rhodes. If in case anybody doesn't know the backstory, this is John Cena's last year. Now, Seth, is it November or October? I forget what month is officially his, because he announced it 1 year out. I forget what the date was.
I don't know. I'm sure he'll go till what, maybe Survivor Series, or I'm sure he'll have his final match in December.
But will it ever be his final match? I mean, you don't think he's going to come back in a couple years and do some other cameos?
Nope. He's not like all the old timers.
Because a lot of people do that, right?
No, the old timers do. Not guys that have made his type of money.
But didn't The Rock come back a couple times?
Well, hold on. The Rock is now part of ownership. Like, he's part of...
Oh, that's why he's around that much?
Yes.
Okay.
And Seth, correct me if I'm wrong.
XFL didn't make any money for him?
No, I think he's doing...
Still doing it.
I think he's still doing it.
You see like 0 people in the stands.
I mean, listen, it's the TV money. They're on Fox, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's all you need. That's all you. Yeah. What do you mean it doesn't matter?
It says it doesn't matter. You're right. The attendance doesn't matter when you get the TV money.
When you got
the Rays
Fox,
are still alive.
When you got Fox that are playing your sport, it doesn't matter. That's why NASCAR doesn't really sweat. Their attendance is off 50%, but they got their Fox and then their FS1 and then their TN. They got a couple different TV deals and revenue streaming sources, so attendance doesn't really mean that much. When you have a TV deal.
December 2025 will be his last month.
What's the pay-per-view in December?
I I gotta find it. It just says that.
But anyway, Dan, the old timers, Dusty Rhodes, Flair, Hogan, they would all, retire. Then, but see, you have to understand, Dan, there also was a viable, major other wrestling federation that was going on, whereas WWE, WWF, at that time had a major competition that was beating them, and that was WWE. I'm sorry, that was WCW, and being ran by, obviously owned by Ted Turner and being ran by, Eric Bischoff.
That beat the WWF/E?
For 83 weeks. For 83 weeks, Monday Night Nitro and WCW for 83 weeks beat Vince. So, yes, for 83 weeks, they beat Vince, and then Vince bought them. Vince bought WCW because WCW had mismanaged their roster, had paid they were losing money, even though they were winning the ratings war. They were losing money. They were badly managed. It was mismanaged, badly managed, and then finally Vince just stayed the course. Was it, Seth, was it the Attitude Era that kind of helped Vince finally overtake WCW, or was it his purchase of WCW that ended the streak?
I think it was the Attitude Era.
I think so too.
It was the Attitude Era, and that's what
with X-Pac and Triple H,
DX,
and Shawn Michaels and the Suck It,
Stone Cold,
The
Rock. Yeah.
So I think they beat WCW. So Dan, here's the way I know it. They got their ass kicked for 83 weeks. They got Hogan and Nash and Hall and the NWO, and they got Bret Hall and Macho Man. WCW had an open checkbook. They went and got all the stars. Well, the stars then got lazy. The stars got. That's when I was hanging out with Hogan, and there'd be many a times that true story. Hogan, Hall, and Nash. And X-Pac, part of the the original 4 NWO, would be back in the locker room, all geared up, ready to go. And Hall would go, man, dude, going out there and doing like a 15 or 20 minute match seems like, now they're all high as hell, drunk. Be like, man, that's a real buzzkill, dude. Let's just go out there and cut a promo. And then, and so they would just go out there
and talk
and get on the microphone and towards the latter days and talk. Then, of course, you had the big Bash of the Beach controversy, and WCW fell apart. They fell apart through bad management, laziness, and Vince stayed nimble, had Vince Russo as a writer, and they were doing they were gigging, showing juice, doing, the Attitude Era, Seth, arguably was a really good era. And so as WCW is being lazy, they got all the stars, but the stars don't really want, work that hard. They got guaranteed paydays. And here's WWE at the time. They're just busting their ass. They still got the Taker. They still got some major stars, or developing major stars. And
they started getting the women out there like Sable.
They started getting the women out there. And then they finally, after 83 weeks of WCW and probably the last 15 weeks of WCW being lazy, the Attitude Era, the sex, the juice, they were knocking the hell out of each other with metal chairs. D-Generation X, they beat, after 83 weeks, they beat WCW on the Monday Night Wars. And then that's when Ted Turner and all the people that they kind of started freaking out. And after they beat him on that 83rd week, it just kept going down and down and down. And finally, Ted Turner's like, I'm sick of losing money, and sold it to Vince. And then I think Vince came in and fired a bunch of dudes.
Well, there's Time Warner that came in too, and they did the Time Warner merger, which that really, really killed them.
Yeah.
And then they sold it to Vince.
Yeah. So anyway, last night or this weekend was WrestleMania 41. We'll get in. You know what? I think we'll get into that next. Okay.
Sounds good.
Y'all ready for that?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Who's Joe Henry?
Nobody.
Must be a religious gimmick.
No, I think it's a wrestler.
What's up, What's up, you two? 960. Can we get a G-ball and can we get some thumbs up? I'd like to put an order in a G-ball. G-ball and thumbs up, please.
What's up, Buck?
Oh, Dan, I gotta play this for you. Oh yeah, this is a Dan. This article here.
Yes,
I got it. It's all lathered up for you, okay, bud?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll be patient.
But I mean, you can go nuts.
Okay, I will.
You can. One, I need you to just give me your.
I'll be.
I want you to think like, do you think this really happened?
Yeah. Holyoke. Stumpy 62. Stop and go. Lummy is the Lummy.
Lummy, do you got your roster for this weekend?
Yes, I do. I don't think it's finalized yet, but we have pretty much a rough draft for Big Red to know how many people will be there.
Death Addict. On.
Do we got T-Quest?
No, we do not have T-Quest.
So can we get? We have to do it one or two ways. Either I'm going to have to do it.
It's your birthday, so we're not going to have that.
Or can Macho Man build one?
Macho Man's going to have to build one. We were talking about it over the weekend. So.
Yeah. But we're going to get into that on the talk next, okay?
Okay.
And then we're going to get into, then we'll get into WrestleMania.
Smoke Slayer says actually fun. You can just choke him with the stethoscope too. Fuck you. I love your name. David Rocks. Fat Pig. Good morning. Bubba Twitcher. Yannick Jean. Amy Towers. Are you going to call you the police? Yeah, Wayne. Not mine. E. Gary Cantrell. Rudy. Rudy. Skybot.
Hey, Lummy. I wonder if we could play WWE clips on the after show.
Yeah, Terry. Good morning.
Oh,
Thank you.
About that Florida State shooting, huh?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I'm sure it was just some guy that was mad that the girl to guy ratio was changing in Florida State and wanted to get a few dudes, make the girls more accessible.
I'm going to do a steps.
Not in here.
Goes to the once you have.
Lummy?
Yes,
I'm going to do a steps.
Yes, sir.
You probably already heard it, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I believe it's 102. That's Scottish.
Thanks, Slayer.
Hey, Lummy, could we play clips on the after show? Because, I mean, we know that they would take it down for a minute, but
yeah,
it would be something that people hopefully already saw if they watched it live. Our pod.
Meaning, like, we know we're going to get a strike.
Well, I'm just saying, if it gets taken down, it's not the word. It's not our show from today.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Don't forget Steps Towing when it comes to a dead battery, a flat tire, a wreck, a lockout, you locked your keys out, a fender bender, something mechanically has gone wrong with your car. 800-330-8651. Steps Towing. I think the largest in all of Florida. And you can get 10% off. So when you call 800-330-8651, and they go, Steps Towing, hello. Yeah, my battery's dead. I'm here at the Walmart parking lot here on Bush Boulevard. And I'd like to, get some help. And I'd like to use promo code Bubba Army 2025. That'll get you 10% off. So do that for me, please. Thank you. 800-3, is it 330 or 350? I think it's 330.
330.
Yeah, 330. I got such horrible writing when I'm in a hurry. Let me 800-330-8651. Like Dan, when your Escalade blowed up, did you just call Cadillac and have them come get it, or did you call an independent tow deal?
I called OnStar, and it took 6 hours to get it towed.
What?
I wish I had called Steps, because I've called Steps before, and they are lightning fast. I love Steps.
Yeah.
6 hours.
6 hours.
That car sat there all evening.
Oh, my God.
At that point, I didn't care. I'm like, take it, whatever.
800-330-8651. Say Bubba Army 2025 will get you 10% off. Thanks. So going over to WrestleMania 41, I've attended 2 WrestleManias. No, I think I've only attended one, Lummy, and that was the one in Toronto.
That was it?
No. Was there one in Seattle? No. Was there one in Seattle once?
I think Limp Bizkit played there.
Let me see if there was a WrestleMania in Seattle, which number it was, and if Hogan was on the card.
Do they do 2 a year or just one?
Just one.
There's only one. So they've been doing WrestleMania for 40 years plus?
41.
41 years. That's amazing.
Yeah. And the most infamous being, I don't know about the most infamous, but this seems to be the one that put them on the map.
WrestleMania 19.
WrestleMania 19 was at Toronto. Wasn't WrestleMania
19 was in Seattle.
Okay, then I was there. And then what was WrestleMania with The Rock versus Hogan? I was there too. I went to 2 of them. The one in Seattle. Now, hold on. Look at WrestleMania 19 in Seattle and tell me if Hogan was on the card. Listen, I'm getting older. I can't remember everything.
It looks like 18 was in Toronto and 19 was in Seattle.
Okay, what was...
Let me see if I can find...
If you can see the Seattle card. Because it's just
Someone said Hogan McMahon.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Hogan and McMahon.
Okay, I was there.
In Seattle?
Yep. But you don't understand when you're in WrestleMania, like, when you're traveling with Hogan and stuff like that, you're just like, you're in your hotel room, and then they come get you, and it's just a big whirlwind to where you go to this building and do some fan stuff. And they take you over to Vince's, and Vince and him talk about the match a little bit. Now, if I remember right, I was the only one that went with him in Seattle, but the whole entire family went to Toronto. Oh, there's a Toronto Iggy that I could never tell, that I get in so much trouble. Oh, my God.
By Hogan? Or
no, just something that went down. It was involving Hogan.
Please tell.
I can't. I can't even probably tell you guys personally. I mean, like, I can only...
You can't text it to us?
No, I don't want this on text. Whew.
Like go outside and talk about it kind of thing?
It'd make me look like a bad guy.
Oh, really? Oh.
No, I mean, it would either make me look like the coolest dude ever, or it would make me look very bad. Which that's the story of the show, though, isn't it?
Yeah, let's just go with this. Going to make you the coolest guy ever and share it with
I can't. I just can't.
Do you talk about it in the documentary?
No.
You going to talk about it after Hogan dies?
In fact, I've never talked about it to anybody.
Really?
I've never talked about it to anybody, except for the 1, 2, counting me, 1, 2, 3, 4 people who were involved in this particular high spot.
Well, they've extended rape charges, so
it's rape. Stop, please. So anyway, WrestleMania 41 over the weekend. It seems like Seth, the Hall of Fame's getting to be kind of slim pickings.
I mean,
were there 40 wrestlers over the last 40 years that are worth of crap?
I don't know.
There's people they've put in multiple times.
Have they? Yeah, because they'll go like, okay, Kevin Nash by himself, and then we got to put Kevin Nash as NW, right? As
NWO, and then you got to put him in as Diesel, and yes,
yeah, exactly. Scott Hall as Razor Ramon, and then Scott Hall as NWO. Hulk Hogan as Hulk Hogan, then Hulk Hogan as part of NWO. Then we're going to throw him out. Now we're going to let him back in. So the inductees into the 2025 WrestleMania 41 Hall of Fame as individuals. First, Triple H, inducted by Shawn Michaels. Michelle McCool, who was inducted by her husband, The Undertaker.
Oh.
She was a 2-time WWE Women's Champion. She was a 2-time and inaugural WWE Divas Champion, and she was a 2-time Slammy Award winner. Lex Luger, who was introduced by Diamond Dallas Page. That's it with regards to the 3 individuals. Then they go to a group, and they go to the tag team partner of the Natural Disasters, which consist of, I think,
Earthquake,
and Typhoon.
Oh yeah.
Now has one of them? I think Earthquake died. Yeah, he died, and he was represented by his widow Josephine, his daughter Joanna, and his son John Jr. and his grandson Joe. But I think that Typhoon is still alive. So the Natural Disasters as a tag team got put in. Boy, to me, this is slim picking when you're down to the Natural Disasters.
They were tag team champions at one time.
And so if you look at, like, okay, for instance, if you look up here and it tells you what your accolades are. I mean, like Triple H, please. Like, he deserves to be in here.
Oh yeah, to put those clowns from the climate change tag team to Triple H is completely different.
Just look. I mean, Michelle McCool is, a little bit suspect, but currently being married to The Undertaker and having been with The Undertaker for 10 years,
yeah, it helps.
That gets her right in. So, but I mean, you can look at on the
Lex
screen.
Lex Luger's huge.
Lex Luger is
a household name.
Is worthy.
Yeah, he's a household name.
2-time WCW champion, 2-time WCW World TV champion, 5-time and longest reigning NWA WCW United States Heavyweight Champion, 3-time WCW World Tag Team Champion, co-winner of the 1984 Royal Rumble, and a 1-time Slammy. That's about what you need to get in. Triple H, I don't have to go through all of his accolades. They're just he's a shoo-in. But you go to the Natural Disasters, and it says one-time WWE Tag Champion. I think that you would probably need a little more than that.
Yeah.
But slim pickings. Then they're going with not just individuals, but any type of wrestling moment. And like, Seth, why wouldn't Hogan slamming the Giant be one of those moments? Maybe they'll get to that in a few years.
I didn't see Hogan in anything this weekend.
I think he stayed home and he had a appearance in Bartow for his Great American Beer.
15 people.
Yeah, I think he was in Bartow, Waimama, and then Lake Okeechobee. He did the Southern Florida Hemispheric tour.
Is he selling hats out of the trunk of his car too?
I don't have no idea what he's doing. So the immortal moment. So now the WWE Hall of Fame is now not only going with individuals and tag teams, but now they're going with moments. Bret the Hitman Hart versus Stone Cold Steve Austin from WrestleMania 13, inducted by CM Punk. No disqualification submission match with Kim Shamrock as a special guest referee. So this particular match has now been inducted into the Hall of Fame.
You think your fight with Awesome Kong will ever be like one of those matches? One of those immortal moments?
Wrong federation.
Oh.
Now they're going with Legacy. Now, what does that mean?
That's for the people that have passed.
So Kamala,
Okay,
I
nice.
believe. I could be wrong.
They're all dead.
now, but here's the thing. Here's what sucks. Look at Kamala. Now, Kamala, I'll tell you right now, in the locker room, everybody, those Samoans are crazy. Samoans, and like they're absolutely crazy. Who was the other one? I forget. Papa
Shango?
Maybe. I don't know. There was a couple of them that like Hogan would tell me, brother, everybody in the locker room is afraid of these guys, shoot style. These guys are shooters. Like Kamala was a guy that like everybody was afraid of. So, but if you look at his accomplishments, why wasn't this guy put in earlier? Why did he have to wait till he died? When we're putting in people like
Nepotism.
this, like when we're putting in a group, when we're putting in, the natural disasters and their recognized accolades as a team is one line that states, tag team champions. Right? That's their only accomplishment.
That's it.
I would hope that Macho Man would be showing this stuff, Lummy, just because I think it's a great visual. And so if you look at like, okay, so there we go. Now we're showing it. So if you look at Triple H, look at that. Like that's some good stuff. 2-time inductee previously, so he's already been put in 2 other times with D-Generation X. 9-time world heavyweight champion, 5-time inaugural heavyweight champion, 5-time WWE Intercontinental, 2-time European, 1-time. I mean, just look at this. Just look at all the accolades. Then you get to Michelle McCool, and you see she's got just 3. But she is the wife of Undertaker, so that's some nepotism.
And all of those are 2-timers, too. Like 2-time champion this, 2-time of this. So it's like 6 accomplishments.
And then you got Lex Luger.
It's not their fault, right? It's written for how their career's going to go.
I know that. I understand that, but I mean, like, I'm thinking,
Bubba just shames the Medal of Honor guy. He's like, he didn't die. He should get a Medal of Honor. What a snowflake.
So what I'm saying is this, though. If you got these type of accolades, okay, so you got this big of a
resume there.
This big of a body of work that Kamala has. Why are we letting this? Why didn't we get this guy in when he was alive?
Well, that's what
same with Dory Funk Jr.
That's what Deion Sanders said. That's why he said they're retiring Shador and Travis Hunter's number already. He said that guys shouldn't have to die for you to give them their flowers. You should be able to smell your flowers.
I saw that, and I love the explanation, because the one guy from Colorado that was a Heisman Trophy winner, Rashawn Salaam, they didn't retire his number until 5 years after he'd been dead.
Ugh.
And so I thought, they did retire Travis and Shador immediately. I think there's a happy medium between 5 years after death and 5 minutes after graduation. Hold on, 5 years after death or 5 minutes after your pro day. I think
they haven't graduated yet.
I think there's a little bit maybe of some wiggle room in there, but I get it. That's very much disrespectful to Rashawn Salaam. So basically the 3 people that were inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame, all of which, what's it called?
Posthumously?
Posthumously were Dory Funk Sr., Kamala, and Ivan Koloff.
Is Sid Vicious in or no?
I don't know if Sid Vicious is in or not.
Because he won the championship in both WCW and WWE.
I think he got in last year or the year before.
I think he did. Good morning, Alexa. Alexa, good morning.
Good morning. It's National Tea Day. And here's one way to make your tea out of this world. Pretend you are Star Trek Captain Jean-Luc Picard and make it so. Tea, Earl Grey, hot.
That was so obscure.
That was absolutely horrible. Hey, Alexa, is Sid Vicious in the WWE Hall of Fame?
From thesportster.com. Vicious remains one of the biggest names in wrestling history not to have garnered a WWE Hall of Fame induction.
Wow.
And it's not publicly clear if that's a conscious choice on the part of WWE,
Yeah, it
an
is.
unintentional
Screw
omission,
job.
or a result of the two sides not coming to terms.
It's a Sid Justice screw job.
And he's dead.
Maybe, I was going to say, maybe he died a couple years ago. Maybe that's what I heard about.
He died last year.
Is Miss Elizabeth in it?
She's got to be.
I don't know. Hey, Alexa, is Miss Elizabeth in the WWE Hall of Fame?
I don't know that.
I mean, Lummy, they put Macho Man in, as they should have. He just was obviously Hall of Famer, but didn't they put Macho Man in after he died too? I think
Macho Man got in after
he died.
Bubba, this is sad.
What?
It says wrestling legend Psycho Sid made a last-ditch desperate plea to WWE just a month before he died to get into the Hall of Fame.
And they said no?
Yeah.
That is, what year was that, buddy?
Well, that was last year.
Yeah, he died last year.
What? And I mean, I heard he was stiff in the locker room. Him and Vince did not like each other.
Oh, that's what happens. You don't like the guy that makes the decisions, and you don't get into the club.
Yeah, but I mean, your body of work should get you in the club.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, so should Pete Rose's.
Sid said, hopefully 2025 will be the year I get inducted into the Hall of Fame. Time is ticking, so it is now or never for me. With Vince McMahon gone, the company is more open to suggestions. Triple H needs to hear the voices of my fans.
Man, Triple H.
Who was like lock stock with Vince.
Well, no.
Really?
Not anymore.
Oh, I thought they were like twins when it came to philosophy.
No.
They split?
No. Now, you got to understand that the people who own UFC, they own WWE. And they also own a bunch of other stuff. And so, like, Rock is on the board. Now, is Triple H on the board, too? And who runs? Does Triple H run WWE?
He runs creative.
Okay.
Which is
basically running it, right?
Yeah.
So, is he got what would be equivalent to... Well, I guess there could be nothing ever equivalent to... By the way, Seth, I thank you for wearing your new tops, Ed and Leslie... shirt.
Yeah, why not?
I don't think Miss Elizabeth is in the Hall of Fame.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, I could be wrong, but
but here's the deal: nobody could ever emulate Vince because Vince owned the company. So not only was he like in charge of creative, but he was the CEO of the board. But like Dan, he owned the company. Or no, hold on. They went public, and he owned the majority of the company. He was the largest.
It's like Musk. Like it's a public company, but he owns the majority of it and controls it.
So once he got in trouble, he had to step down and sell his shares. And once this new company took over, what's it called? TKO. And they own UFC, WWE. They own a bunch of stuff. And Dana White is a big time. He might run TKO. Dana White might run TKO, and
Is he on that board too? Probably.
Oh shit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, hell yeah. So so with Triple H being in charge of creative, which would be one job that Vince had, but but Triple H doesn't own the majority of the company.
Gotcha.
He still has people to report to, probably one of which is Dana White. I don't know how their corporate
structure is.
I don't know how their corporate chain and command structure is. I don't know.
Dana White handles the UFC.
Yeah, he's got a lot of control with that.
But I think he's a major player on the TKO board.
Interesting.
I think.
Was Vince ever admitted to the Hall of Fame? Because you would think he would be in that.
I would think. I mean,
he goes out, he busts himself out a bunch of times. I mean, he's really been an active,
But that would be like putting me. That would be like putting me in my Hall of Fame here. Like, like maybe the guy that owns the place doesn't, or putting us. Like, we have a Hall of Fame, but I could never really fathom putting Seth or Macho Man or you or Lummy or myself or Jay. I feel like that would just be, Lummy, one, we're going to start having some space issues one of these days.
Yes.
And two, I don't think you put,
Well, we're putting fans in the Hall of Fame, not ourselves. It's different, but
ours is a way different working model.
You could Hall of Fame, like you could have said, like maybe like Brent was a guy that was in the Hall of Fame because he was with you for a lot of years.
No, I don't think.
If you had like co-hosts over the years, you had to put in your little Hall of Fame. Who would they be?
No, it's just going to take up spots.
Plus, different Hall of Fame, not the same. Different Hall of Fame. I'm talking about your personal Hall of Fame of all the people that you've worked with for the last 30 years. Who would you put if you had like induct 4 or 5 of them?
Well, I mean. So you're saying if I had to pick
5 co-hosts over the last 20 years,
that would be
in your little Hall of Fame.
Well, it would be probably the original posse. It would be me, Brent, Spice, Manson, Ned, and that's it. There you go. The original posse that will no longer ever be emulated for various reasons. Brent doesn't want. I offered Brent a job.
Oh, I know you still like Brent. We still like Brent.
Brent and I get along.
Yeah, I get along with him. It's great.
That's about the only one. Mm-hmm. Well, 25. I get along with 25.
I always have.
I get along with Rob Gargiulo. I get along with.
He's a good guy, but I always wondered: did 25 have anything to do with all this bad stuff or not?
I think him and Big Dick had more to do with it, and possibly Hamill than
we'll ever know.
Yes.
Hamill?
Yep.
Get the F out.
I think Hamill, Big Dick, and 25 might have had, if you look at the phone records of who Calta and Spice Boy were calling as this thing was getting brokered and sent to Gawker, 3 or 4 days before it finally got sent, before Calta sent the tape to Gawker through Tony Burton, his agent. There was a lot of phone calls between Big Dick, 25, Spice, and Calta. And some with Hamill. And also, Lummy, somebody told me, you may know this, I think you do know this, that when we fell on hard times and Jabberjaw left, and she was all mad, that her and Hamill remained close.
Yes, they did.
And they're the ones that came up with the Bubba Who stickers that stuck them all down downtown St. Pete.
Yeah.
Like, you know that for
That's a dick move.
Yeah, I know that for a fact. Unfortunately.
Yeah, but meanwhile, guess what? Out of all those people, guess who went to Hamill's funeral?
You.
Me.
That's right.
Exactly.
I'm the only one. Me and my sister. Nope, and 25.
Nice. Yeah, they were close.
So I really do think there was a lot of that involvement. It's not going to be part of the documentary because it's going down a whole nother rabbit hole. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a whole nother rabbit hole. I wish I could get one of them to befriend me. Like I wish I could maybe get 25. And I'm friends with 25.
He called up here a few months ago.
Yeah,
in December.
But I wish I could have lunch with him.
You won't come clean
and just say 25. I'm not mad at you. It is what it is. The damage is already done. Is there something that I'm missing? You were boots on the ground and close to that scenario. What am I missing? You know, maybe there's a chain of command that I'm missing. I do know for a fact that Big Dick had it because he's the one that watched it and transcribed it and sent the notes to Calta, who then sent the notes to Burton, who then sent the notes to AJ Delirio, who then asked for the tape that Calta mailed from the UPS store right by Connerton on US 41 in Land O'Lakes. We even have that receipt. Like, you know, I even know what store it got. I even know what store it got sent from. So anyway, I would love to talk to 25 one day and say, hey, 25, this is how I got it. This is how I perceive it. But what am I missing?
Why don't you put him in the Hall of Fame and have him address it during his
acceptance speech?
Yeah, his acceptance speech. I mean, that's where people really give the honest truth about their life.
Lummy, are we working on as it's close to April? By the way, you have till September 15th to get your money in for your BARP qualification. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, or BubbaArmyTips.com.
That's right.
Or Super Chats.
Speaking of like getting real during a speech, how come we never did the roast?
What do you mean?
We're supposed to do a roast, I thought, this spring.
We've just gotten so busy
with
hurricane house damage and just with stuff. We can always whip out a roast. We got a lot of things going on right now. So Lummy, when do we start talking about the Hall of Fame?
We last year started doing it around July, August.
Oh, okay. So we got time. We got some time.
Yeah, and Ashley started already working on compiling this year's.
Oh, is she working on that?
Yes.
All right. When we return, we went through the WWE list of Hall of Fame people that made it into the WWE Hall of Fame. 3 individuals, 1 tag team, 1 immortal moment, and 3 people that are dead. So
not your favorite year.
Not a very good year.
Should we record something and have send a short to Triple H that we're not happy with the Hall of Fame list?
Hey, Paul, man, bro, should let Sid in there.
Yeah.
You're gonna put the Naturals disasters in there, aren't you? Gonna put Sid?
I guess.
I mean, Brutus the Barber Beefcake is in there as being Hogan's personal drug mule.
Wait, he's in there?
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
For football.
Who?
Simeon Rice. But he won't be. Because he doesn't suck the D as some management guy.
You know, well, you have to look at how many sacks he had.
99, 101, something like that.
He's got enough.
Yeah, he has over 100.
So he has.
There's the tops.
So he has comparable to people that are in there.
And a Super Bowl.
Who did he win Super Bowl with us?
Bucks.
Yeah, he was just overshadowed by the other Hall of Famers.
He had 122 sacks.
And the sports agents here don't give a shit about him. They care about, they cared about Sapp and Derek Brooks.
Rondé.
And Rondé.
It's really who is close. It's really the sports. Yeah, I mean, it really is the sports writers and who they have a personal relationship with.
Because they promote the shit out of it. They're the ones that vie for you and really.
Well, they said Simeon really wasn't an all-around player. He just was there for sacks. I'm just saying with the sports people, the sports.
Because he doesn't suck the corporate NFLD anymore. That's why.
Isn't he making movies or something?
Huh?
Is he making movies, Simeon Rice, or am I thinking it's another book?
He had a production studio after football. I don't know how successful it was, but yes.
Sort of Derek. Morning, Nick, the good guy.
Jelly Roll was in the front row of WrestleMania.
It's too bad he didn't get hit with the ATV.
What's that?
As I said, it's too bad he didn't get hit with the ATV by Stone Cold.
I gotta find that footage.
My belly goes, a sensible belly on Jelly Roll. Shit. Man, I was fucking bouncing in my car this morning. I was ready to go. What up, Berto? What's up, Neil?
What's up, Thomas?
What up, Nick? My eyes.
I gotta tell you, man, this motherfucking TV monitor that they got must be made. I mean, check it out. Doesn't even hurt it. Watch it. Watch. Ready? Bam. Hits it.
Jesus.
And look at it. It still works. It's
perfect. It must have a big protection over it.
Yeah, because you got to imagine bodies are going to be going into some aspect of that.
Like maybe what a nice set.
You don't want that shit going on.
What a nice set.
Was
Damn, dude, that's a hard impact.
What up, Andy?
Get 3 wheels off the ground.
How did McAfee do?
Oh, he's great, man.
That lady's not too happy with
He's as natural as Logan Paul is in the ring.
Steve.
These guys are both great.
This lady that got hit, which I don't even know how she got hit.
I see. Oh, I saw him check on her afterwards.
Yeah,
He did.
I guess they had said, what's his name, Tony Khan?
Yeah.
Like ran over there during.
To see, I saw somebody.
You sign her bruise?
Well, they took her out of the arena, and now people are saying that she might sue.
Well, they're trying to load her up with merch right now to make that not
I have
happen.
Hulk Hogan over there with real American beer.
They're bringing Hogan in.
maybe she is. Maybe she's a huge fan.
I don't see him hit any fan though. I don't
You'll see this lady.
Belinda, I agree. I think that Lummy's going to start getting some Airbnb content. I think when he has to open the door as soon as they leave.
Morning, Mitch. Yeah.
And I'm going to go be his little buddy with the yellow rubber gloves.
I'll do that the next time. Nick Khan, sorry. Thank you, Gary. Nick Khan.
What con did you say?
Tony Khan.
Oh, wouldn't fucking Nick and Tony.
Yeah. Of course.
You think, Seth? Do you think AEW has the to make it, or they're gonna fold?
I mean, I don't know.
They got the money. Khan's got money, but
I don't know what the money they're making is, but they're not. They've fallen off the radar.
Right. And there comes a point where your dad's like, "Listen, motherfucker, we can't keep losing, $720 million a year to keep your wrestling marketness going." Is Jericho still with them?
Yeah, but I don't know if he's But it's like Cody wrote.
I think he was given a percentage of the money.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
As we continue our WrestleMania 41 footage, or coverage, I should say. You can always support the show. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, The Bubba Army. You can super chat us, as we're well over 1,000 on YouTube. That's where we prefer that you visually watch us. Give us a thumbs up as well. Thank you so much. Get a notification and hit the little bell to get a notification, which means you're following us on YouTube. And anytime we have something new. Let me, how did your GOAT report go?
Great.
It was Saturday, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Yes. I don't know when you put together my chair.
Saturday night.
But my chair, did you record? Somebody said you went live with it.
Yes, I did. I went live.
Here?
No, I took the box home and then just went live and put it together in my garage.
Right. Okay. Did any help with walk or just by yourself?
No, it was at night. It was after he went down.
Oh, okay.
Does he help with stuff like that?
Now, can you
for 10 seconds?
Can you can you tell in just putting this? It advertised itself as a beefier. A beefier chair made for, well, let's just say fatter people.
Your wheels are way better.
It's a husky chair?
It's made for up to 500 pounds.
That's what they said.
Really?
It's made up to 500 pounds.
Really?
Now, it feels pretty damn rugged. Well, I mean, putting it together, you've put together most of, I think now we all got high-backed, pretty rugged chairs. I think we got all of us now have pretty good chairs.
Yes.
Seth and I being the latest two new ones. Seth, I think, are you before you got this one, you were sitting on, like, if you're the secretary at a dentist office, like one of those kind of chairs. I think you
might as well put me on a high school football bleacher. I mean, that's the equivalent of what I was sitting on.
What you had.
Yes.
Now, how about now?
Now I feel like I'm sitting on a cloud.
Right, so you're part of the big boy club.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Let me thank you for putting together my chair.
No problem.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Dan, I think you got a big boy chair.
I do.
And now is the chair beside you a big boy chair?
No.
No, it's
low back.
Yeah, the one that Seth used to have.
I'll take a look at it. And I'll take a look at it and see if we need to maybe replace that. And then we all got big boy chairs. Right?
There you go.
So during WrestleMania 41, there was a spot where Stone Cold Steve Austin, listen, the WWE has a long-standing history of either The Undertaker or Hogan or I think Goldberg. Over the years, they coming to the ring in some type of Harley or four-wheeler or semi. You've seen it over the years.
And you honestly don't think Cena's going to roll up on some kind of like tricycle in 5 years and try to be, relevant again?
No.
You really don't think so?
No.
Every other one does it.
But he's got a movie career. I mean, he's way too busy.
No, Dan, I don't know why you can't understand that. You don't understand wrestling near like we do, and you won't take our word for it.
Well, no, I don't. Well, he said like he's not coming back. He doesn't want to be one of those guys that's like Ric Flair or like Goldberg or you're like the Undertaker, where you hang on way too long. Like
that's part of his gimmick.
John Cena's very, very cognizant of what he means to WWE, what he means to the industry, and I think what he wants his legacy to be.
Part of his retirement gimmick, Dan, is what Seth just said, is he's not going to be the guy that comes back 6 times like Ric Flair upon retirement. He'll
never need the money.
Right.
Well, that makes sense. He won't need the money.
No. And so Stone Cold Steve Austin, I don't know what his role was, probably just to intro somebody.
He just announced that the crowd attendance for both nights was a combined 124,000.
And so he comes rolling in on a four-wheeler, but he doesn't cut the corner. Obviously, they didn't rehearse this, because if they had rehearsed it...
They rehearse everything.
I know.
But, he could have, mess up.
Cut the apex too tight.
And so he doesn't hit the corner right here. He doesn't, and by the way, I don't think there's any stairs on that corner. He doesn't hit that corner tight enough, which causes him to slam into the monitor, which causes a woman to fall over. And now, and by the way, Stone Cold graciously gets off of his four-wheeler and asks if the lady's okay. She, Shakespeare's off and says, "I'm good."
No, she's mad.
No, but at the event, it looked like she said she was okay. As it happened. Now, she probably had, 36 attorneys call her during the match and said, "You're not okay." Let's see if Lummy indeed what her attitude is, because I know Stone Cold has a little bit of a conversation with her. See, boom! He hits the monitor. I will tell you this, Macho Man, I don't know what type of monitors they're using, but it's pretty industrial strength when you can get hit that hard, not crack, and continue to do your job as a monitor.
Will you mute this too, by the way?
Can I what?
Mute it. Mute the sound.
Oh, okay.
And we'll just have to talk about it.
So let me just rewind it. So he comes in, and it looks like he kind of gives it some gas, and he hits the monitor.
I think he was maybe trying to slide it to get it to turn, because he realized he wasn't going to make it.
He didn't realize that those are rubber mats and brand new rubber tires on a four-wheeler. You're going to get zero. You're going to get straight grip. And so eventually he hits it, and this woman right here
That's the one that goes down.
Falls down.
She fell down into her seat.
Yeah. Now I think at this point Stone Cold says, "I got to get off because I'm ruining the bit." And now she stands up. He says, "Are you okay?" And then obviously he gets into the ring and makes his announcement on the attendance figures. But
do you know why he missed a turn? Because he was looking to the right.
But here's the deal. It's just like almost she takes a delayed bump. Watch. Yeah. It's almost like she's like, "I'm okay. Oh, guess what? I got a payday coming. Watch." This is her husband and or handler. They're happy as hell about it. She stands up.
Gets right up. Obviously not injured significantly.
Boom. Now Lummy says there's a lawsuit.
Yeah, I guess they took her out of the arena too in a cart.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's not a lawsuit yet, but I guess they're scrambling to make sure there isn't one. But she was unhappy.
So they're saying that did they take her out on a stretcher?
The only video that they've shown so far is her getting taken out with a golf cart.
With a golf cart?
Yeah,
okay.
in the back.
I would have fell over and said, "You need to Bayflight me out of here."
Yeah, neck collar, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
You can't go in a golf cart. She's obviously not hurt.
I have no feeling in my arms. I have no feeling in my legs. Nothing. You can take a cigarette lighter to my feet. I can't feel it. John Cena celebrates after defeating Cody Rhodes for the undisputed WWE Championship. Now, will the Cody Rhodes, in your opinion, Seth, will the Cody Rhodes John Cena feud happen now? Every month. I got to understand. That Cena can't hold the strap the entire time. As you're thinking, maybe December. I think you said maybe December will be his last month or his last pay-per-view. He's going to have to drop it in order to reestablish himself as a baby because he took it as a heel. They flipped John Cena to a heel against Cody Rhodes as Cena's retiring. But I got to tell you, man, the little bit that I know about wrestling is you don't retire. You can't. You cannot retire arguably one that would a wrestler that would be on the Mount Rushmore. One of the biggest baby faces ever in the history of the business. You can't retire him out as a heel.
So they'll convert him back to being a nice guy?
Well, I think they got to. And then Seth, that would probably be how they take the strap away from him is when they flip him baby.
I mean, it could be people. I mean, he got people. Nobody. The crowd appreciated the moment last night that he broke Ric Flair's record for most championships. They weren't booing him out of the building. I mean, I feel like they definitely gave him his props for that. So I'm not sure. Again, Cena's one of those guys where even though you turn him heel, people are. It's just like Roman Reigns. People are
or The Rock.
Yeah, people are going to like him. People are going to hate him. He's almost too big to be a heel or a baby face.
Like let me give you a list of names that were
transcends it.
Let me give you a list of names, Seth, that I think correlate to what we're talking about here. That were kind of heels, but Stone Cold Steve Austin, like heel, but babyface. Like you could not get
hugely
people
popular.
Oh yeah. Roman Reigns.
The Fat Pig, $10.
The Rock, all baby faces, but deep down worked as a heel.
Yes.
And so I think John Cena's in that. I think it doesn't make any sense for him to carry the strap until he retires in December. I think he drops the strap and is and constantly fighting for the strap. He gets the strap his last match. And then at that point it gets unvacated or gets it's a vacated strap.
Which one's more lucrative, to be the heel or to be the babyface?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't really matter.
Doesn't really matter. It's all about merchandise and things
well,
like that.
Which merchandise flies off faster, the heel merchandise or the babyface merchandise?
It doesn't matter. I mean, it's all about the character.
Okay.
WrestleMania 41 top photos from WWE Spectacle. In Vegas, obviously Cena over Cody. Was it clean, Seth, or was it interference?
Yeah, there was interference. People are upset The Rock didn't come out last night because he's played a huge part in the storyline.
So he didn't come out at all?
No, they had Travis Scott come out.
Oh, jeez.
Oh man. What, and do the interference to do for the screw job?
Yeah,
because Cody's not going to drop it clean. He's gonna drop it with a screw job, right?
Of course.
So Travis Scott was a screw job.
Yeah. No Rock.
What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, The Rock is a massive, massive part of the storyline, and I understand that he was busy. But they have some business to finish at some point. He's gonna wrestle Cena. There's gonna be something going on there.
Yeah, you gotta get The Rock in this storyline. I think you got to get this raw. I think now. Do you think that it stays Rhodes, Cena clear till he retires, or do they find another? I don't think that I think it's too long to go Cody Rhodes, Cena clear till retirement. I think they have to have another conflict. They have to close this one out, and then have one more. Would that be maybe with The Rock? Would that be Cena's final swan song? Is to have, heat with The Rock? I mean, that would be huge.
The writers for WWE have done a really great job lately. It's they've done things that to me are completely get you by surprise. So I mean, it's hard for me to predict what these writers are going to have everybody do. But some of these storylines have been put in place for years now.
I think
take her in the locker room, $10.
Yeah, I think you take her in the locker room. F you. I think Seth. Can I give you my prediction?
Oh yeah.
Rock comes in, takes it from Cody, has it like October, November. Then Cena takes on Rock, and maybe Rock takes it sooner from Cody, has it for the summer. And then, Cena comes in, tries to do a screw job to get it, and there's like a 2 or 3 month, paper, on the pay-per-views of Rock versus Cena or something like that. And Cena comes in and on his final match, his final night as a WWE, worker, and Rock does one clean. Just like Hogan did one. Hogan did one clean at WrestleMania 19 in Toronto. Hogan did one clean for The Rock to pass the torch. But we're not passing the torch. We're solidifying retirement. Rock does one clean for Cena for his last hurrah to say goodbye. The belt then gets vacated, and they do like a special, how they put the strap up top, and they all try to get this. What have they ever done that, Seth? When they vacate the strap and then they put the strap at the very top, like a ladders match, where whoever grabs the strap is now the champion.
Yeah, they've done stuff like that.
You do that. So Cena comes in, takes on The Rock, and just whatever his last match is. Rock's already taken the strap from Cody, and then, or maybe Lummy as the ultimate babyface. Rock has Cena down, and Cody comes in and, lays the boots to Rock so that Cena wins and Cody puts him over. And that way Rock's not doing one clean. Rock's getting a screw job, and Cody's the one that got Cena the strap because of the interference gimmick with The Rock. How do you like that writing, Seth Kushner, Bubba Russo?
I say book it. I think just like everybody saw Travis Scott, being the reason that John Cena won the belt, I think that your storyline would work just as well.
Yeah.
What about like a Randy Orton coming back?
He's just not. He's not big enough. First of all, you can't establish Randy Orton. You can't establish him in the little bit of. Listen, the window's shrinking on this. They got May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. They got 8 months. You got 8 pay-per-views to have to take the strap off of Cody, put it on The Rock, then establish heat with Cena. That's going to take 2 months, and then the final deal is, Cena's got Rock's got Cena pinned, for a 1, 2, 3 gimmick. Cody comes running down the deal, puts the boots to Rock. The referee's being distracted, like he always is, because you threw some magic dust in his face or something like that. Next thing you know, Cody Rhodes slips in, slips out, gets The Rock in a vicarious situation. Cena covers him 1, 2, 3, and everybody knows that Cody did the job for Cena. Cena goes out the champion, and then boom, we have a vacated title with a ladders and chairs match. That's how Bubba Russo writes it.
There you go.
So rapper Travis Scott walks into the ring. He was the distraction. That's how I'm Travis Scotted out.
Has he wrestled or done anything, Seth, yet? Or has he just hit what's his name in the face?
Yeah, he's just been a part of a couple of massive moments in WWE history. But he jumped over the ropes last night, and he took a Cody cutter, whatever the hell it's called.
He did?
So yeah, he took a bump well.
The women's match, was there anything spectacular there, Lummy? Seth, was there
Becky Lynch came back after about a year.
They were calling Becky Lynch the Hogan of wrestling for women.
Oh, meaning
she just keeps coming back and has to infuse herself.
Okay, and then we got, let me see, this is all Becky Lynch stuff.
Yeah, that was her match.
Stone Cold came out. hit the monitor, knocked over a girl, and announced the attendance figures. Let me see as I continue on. Logan Paul in action against AJ Styles. Have they been AJ was, when I was at TNA, AJ was next to Hogan. AJ was the biggest baby. He was so far over. He really knew how to work. He paid his dues in the independent circuits. You know, there was only a matter of time before Vince picked him up. I think Seth, did AJ ever have a hell of a run with Vince? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, he was champion.
I mean, have they ever really put him over?
Yeah,
big?
he was champion around the time he first came back. He's been out of the mix for a little while.
Yeah, am I saying like they're kind of slowly unwinding him? Is his run over? Is he a mid-carder now?
He's what? He's like 47, 48?
At this point, when you put him against Logan Paul, you're putting him against Logan Paul because you know that those are two incredible wrestlers that are going to put on an awesome match.
Two great workers.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
I don't know what the AJ Styles trajectory is, but I know that he's in that match because how good he is. And
there's always his rap has always been he's like the Shawn Michaels, or Rick. Like he can work his ass off. Like he can put you.
But he's old though, right?
Well, I guess he's getting old.
So I guess the Pauls like to fight old guys.
So now, to me, it looks like. Seth, that AJ did one clean. That looks clean to me. Like no interference, no DQ. That Logan went over clean against Wrestle.
Yeah, I mean he had one of his little buddies there that tried to get some brass knuckles in the ring, tried to get him to Logan, but from what I remember, it was mostly
clean.
Yeah, the wrestling people in chat are really they're really like, I feel like you should really open the phones because I feel like they're just get irritated when little details get left out.
813-90 Bubba. If you watched WrestleMania 41, we cannot play it. I'd love to play you the highlights. They're all over the internet. I'd love to, but we're even borderline copyright infringement by just playing the pictures. You don't understand how much the WWE / what's the corporate called, Seth?
TKO.
How much TKO has this? They probably are one of the most locked down content providers in all the world. Like if you play, I'll probably get a copyright strike on just playing that Stone Cold running into the monitor deal. So. If Seth can't quite remember all the high spots or whatever, and I certainly didn't watch it, I'm just going by what the news is reporting. If we're missing something, 813-90 Bubba.
I mean, I could tell you who won a match. Like I watched Logan Paul won, but I mean, as far as everything that happened leading up to the win, I don't know.
Right. So
I know it upsets the nerds.
Right. So you wrestling nerds out there that know more than we do. Or we're messing up, or AJ Styles didn't do one clean. He got hit in the mouth with some some undercover brass knucks. Then by all means, call 813-90 Bubba.
Well, AJ Styles says he lost because he refused to use the brass knuckles given to him by Karrion Kross.
Okay, great, perfect.
Yeah.
Now the guy goes, well, why don't we bring? I think you, Lummy. Why don't you bring Randy Orton back? Randy Orton's back.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, against Cena.
I think that they had a hell of a program back in the day, and I think that
because I think he's only a couple championships away from Cena's record.
I don't think Randy Orton will be involved in Cena's swan song. I just don't think he is. That's just my opinion. Randy Orton celebrates during his match against Joe Hendry.
He's huge too, man. He looks like a wrestler.
Yeah, and I met him in Orlando and could not have been. This is when I had Tyler and Julia and a couple of their friends. We had backstage passes, and we met Rey Mysterio, Christian, and Randy Orton. The kids got to, and Randy Orton was and so is Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio actually, listen to this, Seth. I got a picture of it. Rey Mysterio had two masks. One in his hand and one that he had on his face, okay? He went around the corner, put on a different mask, I think one that he was going to work on, and then put the one that he put a mask on Tyler, and him and Tyler took pictures with their masks on. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn cool.
It is.
Randy Orton was so nice. So nice when I met him. What a great guy. I've heard nothing but great. I've only met him a couple times, but he looks like an athlete. He's another one of those guys. Yeah. He's another one of those guys that's in the Shawn Michaels, AJ Styles, that can just work his ass. He's just a hell of a hand. He can just work he knows the business. He knows the philosophy of the business. There's just you got to have a wrestling philosophy to go in there and know and to establish who the baby is, to get outside ring interference, to know that you're losing the crowd, to know that what the crowd wants, to when to take it home. So Orton won last night. Is this another fight? Finn Baker in action against Braun Breaker, Dominic Mysterio, and Penta So this was. Was this a tag team?
Or it was a fatal 4-way for the Intercontinental belt.
Okay.
And Dominic Mysterio won.
Okay. Is that Rey Mysterio's brother?
It's his son.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Yeah.
Under mask?
No mask.
No mask. No mask. There's more of that.
That's so mysterious.
Is that Rey Mysterio right there?
No, that's Penta.
Now he's mask guy?
Yeah.
Man, he's really mask guy.
Is he a wrestler too?
Yeah, that was his debut in WWE last night.
How'd he do?
I mean, he didn't win, but I thought he was impressive.
Damian Priest in action against Drew McIntyre. Is that to me looks like he's got the entire aluminum steps that you walk up to.
Taking it to the back.
To the back.
Yeah, well, it was a Sin City street fight. Those guys kicked the hell out of each other.
Sin City street fight, buddy. Don't forget about it.
Oh, I know.
Let me see. I'm looking at some more things here. Got the guitar player from Slayer. He's the one that introduced Damian Priest. Here's some more girl stuff. Bianca, is it Belair?
Bianca Belair, Io Sky, and Rhea Ripley last night.
How did that go?
I thought it was a phenomenal match.
I'm just gonna throw it over to you.
I mean, I think it was a great match.
Wow. She looks like an athlete.
Three of the top women that are wrestling right now, and they put on. It was.
I don't know about wrestling, Seth, but like in UFC, I prefer women fighting than men because they just go crazy. They're light. They're usually and they just go crazy. It
depends. It depends. Bianca Belair is one of my favorite wrestlers. So I mean, I enjoy watching her. But all the ones that wrestled last night they're all elite. So having them all in the ring together, it was art the way that they put that match together.
And they announced where WrestleMania 40 next year is going to be. 42.
I think it's supposed to be in London.
Oh, really?
That's what I heard.
Did you watch the national anthem with Ava Max?
I did. I watched. They had a 3-hour pre-show, but I only caught the last hour of it.
And how the national anthem go? All right, so this is
it was the national anthem.
All right, just going through some more stuff here.
Yeah, it's Jey Uso's the new champion. He beat Gunther.
Oh, who's this guy?
Oh, yeah.
The Ivar, the War Raiders.
Okay. Ooh, who's that girl?
Jade Cargill.
I like her. She's in shape.
Yeah.
All right. So is that about? I mean, is that about it?
Well, I mean, the big thing was Roman Reigns, CM Punk, and Seth Rollins. That was the big match from Saturday night.
And how did that go?
That was a brilliant main event.
So Roman Reigns, CM Punk. Here's Roman Reigns took on Roman Reigns looks on. Before his triple threat match against CM Punk and Seth Rollins during WrestleMania 41. Was that a mid-card or was that before the main event?
That was the main event.
Oh, that was the main event?
Oh, yeah.
So Cena Cody was probably prior to this?
Cena Cody was Sunday night. This was Saturday night.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. So they make 3 nights of it.
What?
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, right? You said Friday was
Friday's the Hall of Fame.
Okay, and then Saturday is
night 1,
and then and Sunday's
night 2.
Night 2, and you have main events on both.
Oh yeah.
Who won against CM, Rollins, and Reigns? Probably Reigns.
Seth Rollins won.
He did.
Yes.
Wasn't there a screw job by the fat manager guy?
Paul Heyman, yes.
Heyman?
He played a massive part. It was jaw on the floor moment in wrestling, and
he manages Roman Reigns, right? Paul Heyman?
He did, yeah. He turned on Roman Reigns. He turned on Roman Reigns and CM Punk.
He turned on Punk too?
He turned on CM Punk and Roman.
So he manages both, and he turned on him so that the other dude could win. That's great writing
There's
right
a
there.
lot. There's years of backstory here, but pretty much Paul Heyman low-blowed Roman Reigns and CM Punk and aligned himself with Seth Rollins, and people were absolutely losing their minds. As they should be, because it was you never saw that coming.
I mean, Paul Heyman has been with Roman Reigns for what, a decade?
Probably, I don't know, a few years now, ever since Brock Lesnar kind of started fizzling out.
Right. Well, he first managed Brock Lesnar. Well, before that, he managed. He had
CM Punk back in the day.
He owned ECW, didn't he? Paul Heyman owned ECW. I think that's where Paul Heyman comes from.
Yeah, he was the one who ran ECW.
Yeah, he ran ECW. Then Vince, I don't know if Vince bought ECW.
Yeah, it was acquired by WWE.
And so Heyman came with. Heyman's been with Vince ever since. Been always used as a managerial, kind of heel managerial guy. I don't know who his first, all the people that he's met. Hey, Alexa, who has...
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Hey, Alexa, who is all the wrestlers that Paul Heyman has managed?
From Wikipedia.org. In WWE, Heyman has served as manager for a record 7 world champions: The Undertaker, Big Show, Kurt Angle, Brock Lesnar, CM Punk, Rob Van Dam, and Roman Reigns.
Wow.
That's a big list.
That's pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
So he turns on Roman and does a double screw job on Roman so that the other dude can win. Who's the guy who won?
Seth Rollins.
Seth Rollins. And now, man, you talk about heat. He's probably got more heat than anybody. Paul Heyman. He's probably got more heat than anybody.
With the audience, or
yeah, with everybody, with the workers. I mean, I'm not talking about real heat. I'm talking about wrestling heat.
Yeah, wrestling heat. I'm sure that Roman Reigns and CM Punk are definitely going to have some against him for a while.
Did CM Punk do good because everybody just loves, like, he's the best promo cutter, like he's the one dude that just shoots, like isn't some of his most famous things when he would shoot on Vince, like literally bring like stuff that you shouldn't bring up, and he would bring it up.
Yes,
like bring up the real stuff in the locker room that you shouldn't be talking about. And he would get so much. Didn't he get thrown out?
I think he quit.
I thought he quit. Yeah.
I think he walked out with the belt one night.
Didn't he? And didn't he end up with AEW for a while?
He did. Yeah.
Yeah. And now he's back.
He's back. Headlined his first WrestleMania ever.
So there you go. There's your WrestleMania 41 update, the best that we could. If you have any more information that we neglected, give us a call, 813-90-BUBBA. We cannot play the highlights because they got it so locked down. And we'll get all these copyright strikes. When I return, I saw this on X. I hope that, listen, when I see things on X, sometimes I am bamboozled. So I'm going to have to make sure I say that, Lummy. Sometimes it's not true. Sometimes it's,
AI.
Sometimes it's from 2015. Sometimes it's AI. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is true or not, but Dan can help me wade through it if it's true. And if it's not true, well, then I got God again. But couldn't I consider myself not getting got, Lummy, if I've made the statement like I just did, where saying, I've been known to get got.
You're covering your ass.
Yeah. So since I'm saying that I could have gotten got on this.
That you haven't gotten got yet.
Yeah.
There's no getting got when you're talking about the vaccine.
Well,
it's all
you got got.
real.
You got got on that one, Bubba. Lollipop, like a big wrap around your head and a stick up your butt.
No,
you really got lollipop getting that vaccine because your mom shamed you into it. Poor child.
I think that has. Listen, let me tell you something.
Why you're getting sick now.
Hold on, I'm getting ready to tell you this before I go into words. I've never been sicker than after I got the vaccine. I would go years. I mean, I would go years without getting a cold. I would go years without having any type of issues. And now I'm not having issues, but I had this latest bronchial infection that literally I'm still kind of fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And I took the initial jab with the booster.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, man, look, if we all just look back and think, did we really need it?
Seth, did you get the shot?
I did, yes.
But Lummy, did you get the shot?
No.
When was the last time you've been sick?
I don't know. I really don't know. Vodka kills everything.
So vodka kills everything.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
That's just the first, like, 2 shots, like a Moderna or whatever?
Yeah, I was done with I didn't get the booster, and then I didn't get anything else since. I was done with it. I've had it twice. COVID.
Bubba, you had 2 or did you have a total of 3? Did you get a booster too?
No, I just got 1 shot and a booster.
1 shot and then a second shot. But like the second shot like in a month, not like in a year or 6
Seth, look at this picture.
I said, I did the booster, but this isn't fucking enough.
Seth.
You know? Is that WrestleMania?
No, that's at a house show here in Tampa. And I think that's one of the Mean Street Posse. That's a good picture, though, isn't it?
Yeah, especially from however long ago it's from. It looks like it was shot like with a regular camera.
Mean Street Posse.
I'm going to send this to you to send to me, okay?
Okay. Sure did, Kirk.
We need to put that on the back wall.
Yes, we do.
What address does that go to?
Let me details.
No, Bubba Army.
Oh, for that one, it's pics at.
No, isn't it BubbaArmyPics@gmail.com?
I thought we updated that one, but yeah, you can send it to there too. I thought we got a one for Bubba Army HQ, but yeah, just send it to that one. BubbaArmyPics@gmail.com. I'll check if there's one for HQ. Morning, Big Lunger. Morning, Nick. Thanks much.
No PayPal today.
Come on, guys.
No PayPal.
Let's not keep it lonely.
Did you not get the smoothie anymore?
Ever since Bubba threw a shit fit about the one that was in the trash can, I've not ordered one.
Really?
I was like a straw sound or stink up the fucking trash cans.
I just noticed it. That they haven't come anymore.
Yeah, poor Lummy's losing weight.
Good. Thanks.
Yeah,
I'm not bulking up.
Plus, Dan's saving money too.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, they're expensive, Dan.
Yeah, I know.
That's probably the only thing Dan eats for a lot most of the day.
I said I'm getting with the office later in the day. That way it's not disruptive. I don't want to be disruptive.
He's got to eat a smoothie at another
venue.
Yeah.
Let's get these thumbs up, guys.
Mushroom Mitch, thank you for the PayPal first one of the day.
Long Cooper Lips.
I believe in Joe Henry.
Oh man. Third time.
I believe in Joe Henry.
Big longer. So
Thank you, Mushroom Mitch.
There's these. Oh, wow. Bluebirds, long gone silverfish. Yeah, come on.
Dan, did you see us pipe in Tuttle? How good he looked last week?
What?
When we piped in Tuttle from his house.
How good he looked?
Yeah, how just smooth the feed looked.
Oh, how good? Okay, how good he looked like from a feed standpoint. Not like how.
Yeah, not like he's a handsome.
Yeah, like I didn't understand.
I mean, he is
Yeah,
handsome.
Good.
He was handsome, but not in this setting.
God, I power washed for 6 hours on fucking on
Your arms are gotta be fucking
on
bad.
Saturday.
Tropical smoothie, man.
God damn. Oh, fuck.
How's your arms?
It's my shoulders because it was a 7.
Interaction is key. Interaction. Call now 813-90-BUBBA. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Vicariously entertaining.
Thank you. Thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, or BubbaArmyTips.com, courtesy of Patrick Melton. We love you, my friend. Again, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, at the Bubba Army. Mushroom Mitch comes in on the PayPal. Then Johnny K, the steel slinging madman, Valparaiso, Indiana, $100 on the PayPal. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so very much. Lummy, what are we doing on this Friday? Is Bubba 199. It is, we try to celebrate
Happy birthday.
Birthdays, and oddly enough, this coming Friday, the 25th, is my birthday. My birthday is actually the 23rd.
Come on.
So this will be Bubba 199 Bubba Birthday Edition. I've been told that T-Quest wasn't available to get us any music.
No, he's going to be working on some stuff for some different 199s, but it just wasn't able to work this time.
Now, can Macho throw together a pre-recorded deal? And if he can't, I can.
No. You aren't. You're going to relax.
But I don't want to make Macho. I don't want to make I could put together. I could put together a 2-hour deal.
Yeah, no, we got it handled.
Mach, you got it handled, but I don't want Macho to have to do it live. I mean, because it just puts a lot of pressure on him. And so I don't want Macho up there with the turntables.
I think 7-Eleven's going to handle everything while Macho's spinning.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, they got it under control. Like Lemmy said.
Lemmy, what are your plans? I'd like to know them so that I can potentially relieve or...
Yeah, Macho, he's going to do a pre-record on a CD.
Okay.
He's going to get it down for you.
So
for 2 hours.
We promise that I don't want Macho Man working his ass off and worried about it, because it's a lot of work to sit up there on that stage and mix these songs together, during a Bubba 199.
Is this going to be a no gifts event, or you want gifts?
I would say.
Oh boy. Okay, never mind.
No, I would say probably no gifts.
No, you hesitated.
Bring the gifts.
I mean,
load them back up with Longhorn gift cards.
I would say I do appreciate gift cards, and cash, but whatever. You're not obligated. Lummy, I know you're working on the roster.
Yes, sir.
You're not obligated to bring a gift. We do have the roster. I think it's going to be well attended.
Will you take 20 out of my paycheck for your birthday present?
No.
Please go ahead and do that.
No. Listed as Bubba's birthday bonus.
Yeah.
Minus 20.
Send it right over to you.
No. So, you can bring gifts. You can bring money. You can bring gift cards. But please don't feel obligated. I think Big Red's going to cook.
Yes, he has Jacob Bennett on the Venmo.
Thank you very much. Let's not make it too much food, Lummy. Like, I would rather make enough food that we run out.
Okay.
Than we have a whole bunch of leftovers.
Yes.
So do that. Maybe I'll talk to Big Red.
Yeah, Big Red doesn't know how to do that, though.
True. So anyway, this Friday, Bubba 199 is my birthday. Hopefully it's a big one, money-wise. And we appreciate now Lummy will be live on Rumble.
Yes.
And we'll be live on
Twitch.
Yes,
the only two.
Live on Rumble and live on Twitch.
Now, what's the host situation like, Lummy?
I think I know this. Lummy, do we got not a fan?
Yes.
Okay. Do we got Maria Guatemala?
Yes.
Do we got Merch Crick?
Yes.
Do we got Tease and Susan Poitras?
Of course.
And I heard we got Allie Peeled.
That's right.
And anybody else?
Right now, that's it.
Is Heather Wiz mad at the show?
From what I know, not that I know. I mean, she just says, usually has to work or do different things like that.
It gotten back to me that somebody had asked her, are you going to Bubba's Bubba 199, Bubba's birthday party? And she came back with another party that I wasn't invited to.
No, that is. I have a text message to her.
That's what I'm trying to say. Is I'm like, I told the person, I'd be like, well, I don't know how she can say that because one, I've gotten on the air and inviting her.
Yeah.
For like the last 4 Bubba 199s. 2, she's Hall of Fame and royalty, and she's invited everything.
Yeah, I texted her.
And 3, I know for a fact that you've personally texted her.
Yes, I have.
So, Wiz, please, I hope that that's not true. Where you said, well, no, another party that I haven't been invited to. Because you're invited to anything we ever do. I mean, you're royalty, you're inner circle, you're Yippee-O.
That's right.
But she very rarely misses 5 things in a row, and I think she's missed the last 5 Bubba 199s.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Is there something going on that I don't know about? Is she mad about something?
That's what I know of. I mean, she looks good at Barp. I know she's been really working out.
Yeah, I think she's a bodybuilder now. Have you guys seen Wizzy? She looks like a bodybuilder now.
Muscular.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Venmo, Larry Lummy, $25. Did you see that?
Coming in, Larry Brocky. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Would you not reach out to her yourself, Sponjo?
I could.
Are you nervous worried about rejection?
Well, I mean, inappropriateness. I mean, I don't want if she's got a boyfriend. I mean,
you texting her, seeing if she's coming to your birthday party?
All right. Well, then I'll text her after the show and just say, hey, I'm just making sure that there's no underlying issues, that somebody has not pissed you off. Because, I mean, there's a lot of that within the Bubba Army world.
Yeah.
This guy's mad at that guy. This guy's mad at that guy. This guy's mad at me.
And you never really know what's real when you're talking about it on the air. So, I mean, if you genuinely do want her and you are concerned, you think you just text her after
like Brian from Philly. He's absolutely off the rails, Lummy, and it's gotten back to me that he's mad on the way that I handled the Rhett situation. Well, hold on, Brian. How did I handle the Rhett situation wrong? One time he chimed on the air, tried to break off something in my ass. We got into a little bit of an argument. His exact words to me was, he was done. I'm done. I then told him to go home for the day. I was thinking about replacing Rhett way before that incident. I'd already granted him a week's vacation paid. I was thinking about getting rid of him before his week's vacation, but I was like, man, I'm going to look like a real horse's ass if I fire him before vacation. That's going to look bad. Unfortunately, I should be able to do whatever the hell I want. But, let me the Bubba Army and
that would,
they whatever. We've given him however much power. And so I'm like, well, I'm not going to fire him before me, you and Seth all had this conversation and Macho Man. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay, let's just, we'll get rid of Rhett on the Monday that he comes back, and then I'll pay him for that whole week. So not only did I pay him for his vacation I wanted to get rid of him prior, but that would have been pretty crappy. Hey, you're getting ready to go on a vacation and by the way, you're fired. That sucks.
There's never any good way to get fired, though.
You're right.
Right.
And so we went to vacation, day back, I let him go, and I give him, that week's worth of severance, and I think another. And I guess Brian from Philly did not like that. Thought it was disrespectful. You're a dick. I just don't like the way you handled the Rhett situation. They're my employees. They work for me. You're a listener. Have you become that ingrained into the show that you feel like you can make HR decisions? Like either you like the show or you don't. People come and go a lot. So,
And Rhett's, we don't. There's no animosity between us, and Rhett's in a different spot now. So
Brett, listen, this is a testament to his skill set. Within 2 weeks, maybe even less, he's got a job at WFLA Channel 8 with benefits, working in their streaming department.
I bet he doesn't bring his freaking dog in every day, pissing on the floor.
Okay. I bet he's not able to go out back and get higher than a billy goat.
No.
But
I step on dog poop in the morning when you can't even see.
So anyway,
it's nice.
That's what Brian from Philly has turned into a full-blown troll. Just a full-blown troll.
Wow.
Because
full time?
Oh, have you seen some of the stuff?
Yeah, it's disappointing. Very disappointing.
Yeah, it's very disappointing. Bubba Light, he's off the rails. It's like Bubba Light's mad. Bubba's Light's mad because he didn't get invited to Lummy's birthday party last year, and that's what he's mad about. Be like, listen.
How many relationships has Lummy ruined because of his birthday party?
Yeah, the invite list.
Yeah, the invite or lack of invites. I mean, he's ruining people's existence because of this thing.
So I'm just like, it was not a show situation. It's Lummy's birthday. Lummy can invite anybody he wants. Ashley made the list up.
Yeah.
Don't take it out on me or the show. So anyway,
are these Lummy parties? Are they like Diddy parties? You
wake up, you feel weird about yourself the next day.
This is why people are really upset about not getting the invite. Because I just went to one last year, but I left early before the freak nasty stuff happened.
Yeah, you get the ass raping.
So Lummy, did you and Colton? I did not listen to Friday's show, but did you guys break down the lack of being able to go to the beach efficiently?
A little bit. Seth came in for the show.
I heard it was a pretty good show.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It was pretty good. Seth, what did we do? An hour, I think.
Oh yeah.
Seth's planned on staying there for about 10 minutes.
But you know that the going to the beach and getting spring break reaction, that ship has sailed.
Yeah, spring break was like 3 weeks ago.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you guys are gonna have to do something else. Maybe the NHL playoffs hockey. I don't know.
Yeah, we got multiple plans. We're just waiting for the microphones.
Dan, this is what I saw on X this weekend. I sent it to Lummy to give to me. Now, again, I'm gonna make sure that I preference by saying I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this. I just don't know if this is true or not. And I've been known to play things from X Lummy that are, 5 years old. Not true, blah, blah, blah. So if it's true, I'd love to hear Dan's opinion of it. If it's true, it's going to absolutely flip Dan out. If it's not true, well, they got me. You ready, Dan?
Yes, sir.
Did not push the vaccine. You were told if you had pushed the vaccine for your patients, say you had pushed 6,000 people who were your patients at that time to get the COVID vaccine.
Which, listen, by the way, I hate to stop, but it wouldn't be unreasonable for a doctor to have 6,000 patients. Dan alone had 600.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Dan, a plastic surgeon who didn't advertise, come see me for come see me for COVID type stuff. Dan could have so 6,000's not a number that, a doctor, advertising, I'll fix you on COVID would get. That's not
right. A primary care doctor that has that patient population.
Right.
Absolutely not that big of a number. I mean, I treated 600 people.
Right. So
for free.
6,000 is not some pie in the sky number. A regular practitioner, a regular doctor would that number could have very well easily been obtained.
Mm-hmm. At that time to get the COVID vaccine, what would have been the income to you?
Yeah, so Blue Cross Blue Shield had an incentive program to get doctors to administer these shots. And under that incentive program, if I had vaccinated the 6,000 patients that I treated for COVID, I would have made $1.5 million.
Did not push the vaccine. You were told.
I can't even see that lady's mouth moving. Are we sure she was talking?
You had pushed the vaccine for your patients. Say you had pushed 6,000 people who were your patients at that time to get the COVID vaccine. What would have been the income to you?
Yeah, so Blue Cross Blue Shield had an incentive program to get doctors to
I don't know.
Were her lips? I mean,
It's actually factual, 100% factual, Bubba. That happened. A lot of doctors made hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on the shot. They actually, I saw the letter from OSHA that said, do not report adverse reactions because we don't want to discourage the public from getting the shot. This was a PSYOP operation from the very beginning, and anyone that fell for it got lollipopped. And I'm sorry, but we got fooled. We got taken advantage of, and we got injured as a race. And the human race has been broken because of this.
And a lot of people made a lot of money.
And they should all go to hell and jail beforehand.
So, I mean, Dan, if you've been drinking the hey, I'm just gonna vax up Kool-Aid and I'm gonna get my backside vax money.
Mm-hmm.
That woman's saying that had she vaccinated the 6,000 patients that came to her during COVID, she would have gotten a
$1.5 million incentive.
$1.5 million incentive
over the other stuff. Over all the primary care money she was getting. And you wonder, like, CVS, Walgreens, because now the pharmacists are giving the shots.
Right.
How much are they getting? It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And we had proof, real proof, that there was cheap, safe alternatives. And instead, we pushed the most dangerous vaccine in the history of mankind, forced people to get it, shamed people, threw people off their platforms and took away their livelihoods if they dare said anything against it. And they were right. And the government and all that information they threw down our throats was freaking wrong. And they still do it.
To this day, when you do the Tim Pool show, to this day, they tell you before you do the Tim Pool show, because he's, that particular show, Tim IRL, is on YouTube. That's his predominant distribution platform when you do that show. To this day, he says, don't talk about the vaccination. Don't talk about the vaccination. To this day, I think they can potentially screw with you if you take an anti-vax stance.
Oh, definitely. And Cottonwood's like, no one was forced. I saw a video of soldiers being physically forced to take the vaccine. And if you weren't forced physically, you were forced economically because you get kicked out of your job.
And now look at it. I mean, boy, it just seems like it just shows you how potentially shady and wrong it might have been by how much they're not talking about it.
Oh, I know.
Like what I'm saying is, like, if it's not a shady situation, then everything post it happening gets talked about. We talk about 9/11. We talk about the Afghan war. We talk about, as it's happening, the Ukraine-Russian conflict. We're talking about the Israeli-Gaza conflict. We're talking about, the Trump tariffs. We're talking about illegal immigration. Well, us as a country, as a world, that were being encouraged by our world leaders to go get jabbed and go get, and listen, to the point where it was free. Like, when's the last time has the government given you anything for free? Very rarely.
Mass vaccination.
And not only were they giving you the jabs for free, but they were handing out money too. Stimulus packages, all types of different packages, that was at the end of the day, kind of built around, the vaccines because you couldn't work or your office got closed or, they were giving PPM loans. They were giving free money to businesses if you would just not fire anybody, and you would be entitled to X amount of dollars of what you normally make if you just kept let's say I had 7 employees. You could get a loan for however many tens of thousands of dollars.
A gift. It wasn't no loan. It was a gift.
They called it a loan.
I know. It was a gift.
But it was forgiven. And it was just based on not letting anybody go.
Mm-hmm. You just had to keep one of those. You had to keep 5 of those 6, and then you were good.
And then the money that they gave you, you had to use for either rent, payroll, just
bills.
For normal bills, power, normal bills that you get as a business. You just got to pay for that stuff with this free money they're giving you. I mean, we totally jumped the shark and nobody talks about. You're not going to see this weekend on 60 Minutes. What was the actual ramifications of the vaccine? Now that we're 5 years into it, don't you think we should start getting some data now from what we
Yeah, we do have data, Bubba. The VAERS data is this vaccine has eclipsed all other vaccines combined for the last 50 years. This did in 4 years in adverse effects, deaths, complications, and problems. The number one most dangerous vaccine ever circulated amongst Earth, and it was circulated without appropriate research. We knew there were safety signals, and we ignored them. In fact, we repressed them. You weren't allowed to talk about it.
Still can't really deep down. You really can't really talk about it much, and there's nothing of accreditation with regards to like the CDC or the WHO or anybody like that that's doing long-term testing on people that got jabbed 4 or 5 years ago. By all accounts, if you were to be early in on the jabbing, you would have been on your 5th year, because I think that they started jabbing people in March and April of 2020.
Nope.
No?
Nope. The jab came out right after the election in 2020. They started jabbing people in December of 2020.
I know.
That's the first vaccines.
Okay, but
the first one, December.
But the normal public really didn't get started. They really didn't get the ball rolling on jabbing you until about March, April
of 21. You said 20.
Okay, of 21.
Yeah.
So we're 4 years into this.
Yes, exactly.
And at 4 years, has it raised its ugly head? You're a doctor. You read the New England, Medicine Journal. You read all that stuff. You're on
barely a word, Bubba. Barely a word. And if it is, it's like 50th page, in 8-point type as a correction. It's disgusting. They won't talk about it. They refuse to talk about it. No one wants to say they were wrong. No one wants to say they admit that they made a mistake. And it's everywhere. And now, Bubba, look at the childhood vaccine schedule. They got COVID jabs on it every year. They succeeded in adding another vaccine to the childhood vaccine schedule. That was another thing. So now every kid born in America has to get COVID shots. Otherwise, they're not fully vaccinated.
So now, with the flu, the mumps, the measles, the malaria, all the shots that the kids have to have before they start school.
Polio can kill you. COVID doesn't kill children. It doesn't kill children. It's stupid.
I think the mortality rate of children is like 0.
It's almost 0.
So why would we be jabbing?
Because it's money. Money, money, money. Money, money, money.
When I get back, this Carmelo Anthony thing, Austin Metcalf thing, is really, really, really starting to concern me. Now, Carmelo Anthony, is he the African American gentleman?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So he's the black guy. Well, remember LM called in last week, Lummy, and said that I'm supposed to call African American people black guys.
That's right.
Okay. I can't wait for Operation Pigmentation to hear that phone call, because I'd like for them to score the phone call and see if what they think about it.
Okay.
Man. So anyway. Carmelo Anthony is the black guy, and him and Austin Metcalf are at a track meet, correct? See if I get this right. And Austin Metcalf is a white guy. He's a senior in high school, and he's got a twin brother. And there, underneath this tent, this tent to maybe keep you from the sun or whatever. Now, does Carmelo Anthony even go to that school, or did he go to another school?
Well, it's a different school. It was a track meet. I think he's from Louisiana.
Okay.
This was in Texas.
And Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf get into a verbal argument about who's allowed in this tent and who's not. And, rather than to be like two dudes in high school that might disagree and get in a little shove and match, a couple little swings here and there, the way high school kids should be fighting, Carmelo Anthony whips out a knife and stabs Austin Metcalf right in the heart-ish, chest-ish. Not survivable, he dies. Well, I don't understand, for the life of me, how Carmelo Anthony has garnered all this support to the tune of a GoFundMe account. They've purchased new cars. They're renting, and then, Austin Metcalf's father wanted to go to Carmelo. Carmelo Anthony's family wanted to have a press conference. Well, Austin Metcalf's father wanted to go to that press conference because at the end of the day, it's Carmelo Anthony is still walking the streets nowadays, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, not incarcerated, put up the bond. And if little Danny little Danny or little Walker had been, or is in high school and had been killed by a person whose father is now going to have a press conference, I guarantee you probably both will try to be there.
Yeah, and you know who's not going to leave the conference? That guy's dad.
So I don't understand how anybody can paint this Carmelo Anthony guy as a babyface, and how people I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7 different articles or pieces of news about this particular situation.
And I guess I just am seeing now that over the weekend, Saturday or Sunday, I guess the Austin Metcalf's family's house was swatted by prank trolls.
I just don't understand how anybody, in its most purest fundamental form, we had Carmelo Anthony stab Austin Metcalf and killed him. Now, I've seen some people agree with me when I said this last week, and God forbid that you say it. God forbid that you say it, because you're the bad guy. But guess what? Do you know how more volatile this situation would be if the roles were reversed?
Oh, absolutely, Bubba.
If it was a white,
absolutely.
If Carmelo Anthony was white and Austin Metcalf was black, and it was a white kid who stabbed a black kid in the heart and killed him, do you know how much more absolutely of an absolute crap show this would be, and how it would be a hate crime. There would be no GoFundMe accounts. There'd be no this and no that. There would be no sympathy for the white guy. It would all be about a white guy killing a white kid killing a black kid.
Remember Rick? Was it Rittenhouse? Rick, what was the guy?
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Rittenhouse. He didn't even kill a black guy. He shot a white guy, and they still destroyed him.
So there's a lot of this to cover. And I'm gonna start peeling about it.
The kid that died was a really good looking kid. He and his brother were both studs. It's a shame. It's just sad. The whole thing is disgusting and sad. It's ruined the kid that died's life. The kid that stabbed him's life. It's ruined the brother's life. It's ruined everyone's life.
Well, the kid that stabbed him has a go.
He'll pay.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Nah, he's gonna pay, dude. You can't throw a knife in a guy's heart over a freaking seat.
It
doesn't work, dude. It's like the popcorn, dude.
I'm just saying.
Movie theater.
Guess what? Popcorn dude walked.
Wasn't in Florida.
Popcorn
Wasn't
dude
in Florida though, Bubba. They don't have that same kind of stand your ground laws.
In Texas?
I don't think it's gonna work.
Popcorn dude walked.
And he shouldn't have.
No, he should not have. Never. I'll break this down. It gets interesting, man. To me, I don't understand how you could give a dime to this Carmelo Anthony guy. I don't know how his dad can prop himself up and have Austin Metcalf's father removed from a press conference, then try to reverse the heat. Just absolutely horrible people. We'll do that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Little Man Jim, 69 months.
Lightning start tomorrow night, Seth.
People in chat were wondering
I can't wait.
if
What was their regular season record versus the Panthers?
I don't know.
Don't we have a couple former
Garrett
Lightning on
House
them?
is not in a position to be cleaned right now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but there's.
I don't watch hockey.
It has not been properly prepared.
I'm an NBA guy now.
So it don't be ass like it's that. And all I'm going to say, so it don't be ass like, is that was disrespectful and just shows you all
At the main house, however.
the character who is not invited. He knows that is inappropriate.
That if you are indeed guilty of taking the life of an innocent 17-year-old boy,
it was 2-2 this year, Bubba.
Be rewarded by the system
2-2.
So long as you're black, right?
What up, Yenzer? I'm rocking the shirt. Thank you.
Let go on 25% of your original bond, and then, of course, you will be rewarded with close to $500,000 in donations and in
What's up, Ray? What's up, Paul?
as the individual took somebody's life, and you'll have the opportunity to use that money to fund a brand new home worth nearly $1 million, as well as, get this, get yourself a new whip. You know? I mean, what better way to celebrate your guilt than to spend the money that was, turns out,
That guy's got it.
What up, Fred, Nerd, Madden Crusher, Big Lunger? Nothing for myself, Gary. I did a break for Substack, some minor league baseball, but sorting all that, getting that to send out was
Power picket?
That was my card weekend, which is pretty good. I didn't spend a ton of money.
Power picket?
Oh yeah. Big time. Big time, big time. Oh, man. Knee crack. Knee crack. What's up, Erwin? What's up, Nick? Yeah, there is really nothing great out right now. I'm ready for select football. Who gives a fuck about Phoenix? What's up, Mr. Kostika?
Johnny K.
That's on them though, for doing it on Friday.
What up, Troy? You back in Canada yet?
Hey, Jay, good morning. Morning, guys. All right, good. How are you? Good. How you feeling?
Jay getting in here during a commercial break. Rare. What up, Permagrom?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I found something on my Facebook feed. Then I read. I shared it just for a quick little reminder for the great Seth Kushner that could trigger him. 28 years ago today, in the 1997 draft, it'd be hard to find a worse draft pick for the Bears, which is saying a lot. In the third round, the Bears took offensive lineman Bob Sapp from Washington, who was one of the most physically impressive players to enter the NFL. He played one game.
Is he related to Warren Sapp?
No,
he almost looks like him.
But he was a big time. He was a boxer that became kind of a freaky sideshow because he was so big. I didn't know that he played collegiate football.
Yeah, no kidding.
I wasn't familiar. So Seth, I didn't know if you knew that little bit of Bears trivia or not.
No, but they've had much worse players.
Would you consider the Trubinsky trade up and subsequently, acquisition one of the worst in your lifetime?
The only thing about the trade up for Trubisky was that they passed on Patrick Mahomes. So
did they really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It was, Deshaun Watson went after. Just when Deshaun Watson was good, he got drafted after, and then Mahomes went after Watson, I believe.
Biggie 7375 $50.
Thank you so very much.
That was like us getting rid of Steve Young.
And didn't they, Seth? Didn't they move up to get Trubinsky?
Yeah, they moved up one spot.
Was it Adrian Peterson? We could have had him when we took Cadillac.
Yeah,
stupid. He was a nice guy, but he was fragile.
We're gonna go through this, and this is the Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf situation. Carmelo Anthony being the black guy who was at the track meet who stabbed Austin Metcalf. Now, it's my understanding, Dan, I don't know if you know, is that he just stabbed him one time.
Yep. Yeah, but the chest wound's the killer wounds. It's center mass. It's what kills. You stab in the belly, you live almost every single time. You do center mass,
you stab me in the belly, I might laugh at you. Be like, man, you didn't hit nothing.
Well, there's when I was doing trauma surgery in New Orleans, if someone came in with a stab wound and they were stable, we wouldn't even open them up. We'd just watch them for a day.
What, leave the knife in?
No, the knife was coming out, but most knives don't penetrate past the belly fat, past the muscle, and actually cut something inside.
But if you go
in the chest, another story.
Even fat guys don't have that much extra padding in the chest.
Chest and neck are the two worst places to get stabbed.
So, Carmelo Anthony's father is having a press conference, which, for the life of me. Which, by the way, now we have Jay, who also has a son. I have a son. So I got a son. Lummy's got a son. Jay's got a son. Dan's got a son.
And I got a legal opinion on this craziness.
And so, as the dad of the guy who did the crime, why are you having press conferences? Why aren't you lawyered up with your J.D. Acco and your Kevin Hazlets and your Todd Fosters and your Norman Canellas and your dream team? And I got to think, if you have that dream team, they're telling you, one, not to start a GoFundMe account, and two, not to have press conferences, and three, when you do have a press conference, to not make an ass out of yourself when the victim's dad tries to come in here and ask a few questions.
Well, Bubba, I think I agree with 2 out of 3 of those. I think his big-time lawyers want him to have a GoFundMe account because otherwise the family has zero chance of paying for any kind of legal representation.
Wow. So this is the Metcalf kid, the white kid. It's his dad, and he tries to show up at this press conference that the Carmelo Anthony, Stad's having. So this is the little dust up before the press conference that the Anthony dad has. This is the dust up, and the guy, the dad, I think leaves without incident. Let me turn this up here.
Minutes, and take a few minutes. Testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3.
So that's the extent of it. This guy right here is the dad of the deceased kid. And as you can see, let me see here,
He just had shoulder surgery?
He might have. This guy here, the African-American guy, this is the dad who is the father of the guy who did the crime. Look, and he's got himself a full-blown, Donald Trump-like press conference. And the dad of the deceased kid tries to show up here to maybe ask a question. Hey, why did your kid do this? Why did your kid kill my kid?
Well, according to the dad, he was just going. He wanted to hear what they had to say. He wasn't going to say anything.
You're right.
No, he'd already publicly forgiven him.
Yeah.
All right, so there's that. Now, here's how this guy opens up this press conference now. So the white dad has already been asked to leave, so he left. To me, from the footage that we saw, didn't look like with incident at all. Nobody had hands on anybody. Looked like the police officer was explaining that Carmelo Anthony's father would not like you to be here. You need to leave. Right? That's what it looked like. There was no flailing around. There was no he didn't have to be detained. He didn't even look like he had to be escorted. It looks like they had a conversation with him and he left.
Now, is this the dad or is this Dominique Alexander, the NGAN president?
Well, it looks like this is Dominique Alexander, the NGAN president, what does NGAN stand for?
They're helping the family. It's like a legal fund thing.
Okay.
It's like a legal...
It's kind of a radical one. The Next Generation Action Network.
Right.
Okay. So...
Wait till you hear who runs this.
It's like a PAC.
Wait till you hear who runs it. So the guy speaking with the red tie, I'll give you a little follow-up after you're done, Bubba.
All right. So the dad shows up. There's a little bit of a dust up, but nothing to... No big deal. Guy left.
He talks him down.
And this dude... Now, mind you, this dude right here is the dude that killed the white guy.
I think that's his dad. That's his dad.
Oh, this is his dad?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
This is not
No.
Carmelo?
No, I'm pretty sure that's his dad.
Okay. So this is Carmelo Anthony's father. And this is Dominique Alexander, who's the spokesperson and president of the NGAN Association, which is trying to help this family out. I think I got it all sorted out now. And the dad of the white kid that got killed was trying to show up to this press conference to see what these people were saying, and he's been quietly removed. Now we start the press conference. Here we go.
And all I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later, is that was disrespectful and just shows you all the character who is not invited. He knows that is inappropriate to be
at a public press conference that you've called.
Quietly.
You didn't say, I'm having a press conference to tell Carmelo Anthony's family side of the story, and everybody's invited except for the Metcalf people. You didn't say that. This is just a public press conference to get your side of the story out. and you're gonna flip the script. The guy didn't say anything. He wasn't disruptive. He didn't interrupt you. You didn't get the meeting going, and he tried to throw you 3 or 4 curveballs. He just was in attendance, and now that's gonna give you, man.
Minister Dominic Alexander,
who is not invited, he knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family. But he did it.
What? He's not near this family with any type of weaponry. He's not near
He
this.
didn't have a gun in his wallet or a knife in his pocket?
No. He wanted...
Nope. It was like the Jesuit tent versus whatever, the plant tent, and he was sitting under the Jesuit tent, and a kid said, "Get up," and he stabbed him in the chest.
I understand.
It's unbelievable. There was no like, did he belong there? Did he not belong there?
I just don't understand.
He was in the wrong school's tent.
I just don't understand how this guy who's trying to represent in some way, shape, or form the Anthony family can take the Metcalf father's presence at a public attended press conference and turn it around as if he's the bad guy.
And so I say to people, actions speak louder than words. Okay? What he has failed into is the political operatives that want to make this thing a political thing of hate, yet bigotry, and yet racism.
You mean the political operative that's created a GoFundMe account that's raised $900,000 for the guy? I'm going to call him the stabber. For the stabber? That political operative?
We have...
And I'm just going to tell you right now, cancel me. Call me the bad guy. Flag this statement. But if this was a reverse situation where it was a white guy who killed a black guy, we would be having rioting in the streets right now.
And God forbid if someone tried to remove the black guy from the white guy's press conference.
Yeah.
Yet racism.
Oh, no, hold on. Make sure, hey, listen, Dominic, make sure you get the racism card in there. It's a big-time trigger. People really, really open up the wallets when you talk about racism.
A political thing of hate, yet bigotry, and yet racism.
Hate and racism. To me, there's only one person that has hate and racism, and that's Carmelo Anthony, who stabbed a white kid for asking him to leave the wrong tent.
We have...
How can anybody on the Metcalf side of the things be considered racist?
And yet racism. We have conservative operatives that have been posting nonstop about this case.
Yeah.
And all I'm going to say...
Absolutely.
And the stand your arm type laws don't protect you if you initiate the problem. And so I can't go outside with a gun in my hip, covered with my shirt, and pick an argument with a guy walking down the street and then argue self-defense when he gets mad and starts fighting me and shoot him. You can't do that.
You can use equal force. You cannot raise the elevation of force. But Bubba, this is what's been really not reported, underreported. This guy, Reverend Alexander, while Alexander's ties to Bush have not been reported, his criminal history went viral on social media as a career criminal. The outlet reported in 2019 an arrest warrant affidavit stated that Reverend Alexander's longtime partner, Keandra, I'm reading this from Fox News, Saunders, had reported to police that Alexander had shoved her and tried to strangle her. Alexander also served 2 days in jail for pleading guilty to a felony theft case in 2021. After 4 years of hanging over his head, he'd avoid a jury. Hold on. 2016, he was sentenced to 2 years in prison for repeatedly violating his probation.
Carmelo Anthony.
Oh, yeah. No. The Reverend Alexander there in the red tie, the one lecturing us.
Okay, that guy.
Another local report from 2019 details how he was arrested for allegedly causing serious head injuries to his then-girlfriend's 2-year-old son while he was babysitting him.
Whoa! He beat a 2-year-old to head injury.
He shook him.
So this guy's a serial criminal, and he's arguing or chastising us about racism when The black guy stabbed the white guy?
The black guy spokesperson for the family.
Yeah, so
now
Dude, this is a bizarre world we're living in these days.
It's crazy.
This guy gets it. This guy seems to get it.
It turns out that if you are indeed guilty of taking the life of an innocent 17-year-old boy, you will likely be rewarded by the system so long as you're black, right? I mean, it looks like you will first be let go on 25% of your original bond.
Which is
and
disgusting.
then, of course, you will be rewarded with close to $500,000 in donations and in support of you as the individual who took somebody's life. And you will have the opportunity to use that money to fund a brand new home worth nearly $1 million, as well as, get this, get yourself a new whip. You know, I mean, what better way to celebrate your guilt than to spend the money that was donated to you for the sake of lawyer fees on a home and a brand new car?
Again, money organized for lawyer fees to buy a new home and car.
That's my
Allegedly,
exhibits number
of
1 and
course.
2 for the trial, like the Menendez boys. Look what
This
they
is
did.
all allegedly, even though it has literally been publicized by a host of different trusted sources. Yeah, turns out that that's what will happen to you if you make this decision. But of course, you have to qualify with the whole be black first day, right? It's kind of a requirement in the whole shindig. Be black, and then you get the rest of the rewards for your crimes. That's
Be black and then have your attorney start stirring up the racial deal and then start a GoFundMe deal. Be black and, turn this all around so that it's not your fault. In fact, you're rewarded.
That's the America that the liberals have created for us.
I love that guy. Now, this is the organization, the organizers of yesterday's Protect White Americans rally are now claiming that Austin Metcalf's dad sent this handler to attack, destroy, and humiliate them. This is nonsense. Here's how the exchange began. It was extremely respectful. So it looks like there's a rally going on here, Lummy.
Yeah, and then I guess the one guy's dad tried to break it up because probably it's not the best look.
Now, is this the father?
No.
Okay.
He's running Protect White America. They are using, I from what I gathered with the story, Protect White America, they're using Austin Metcalf as some of their talking points.
Okay.
With race, and his dad does not want to be a part of that at
Correct.
all. He doesn't want them using his son's picture or name for their agenda.
So Protect White America is having a rally, and they're using the Metcalf kid as a demonstration.
As a rally cry.
As a rally cry. And the Metcalf's father does not want that.
Correct. He doesn't want to have his kid be the face of creating racial divide.
And I travel across the country to reduce violence in black communities.
Thank you. I stand with you, sir,
on a
that.
regular basis. But today, I'm here on behalf of the father, Jeff Metcalf.
Okay.
And what he's asking you is to not use his son's image or likeness in what you're doing. You can do what you do, but that's not what he wants his son tied to.
Why would you send a black guy for this message?
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you?
Because, again, you're talking about a very pro-white organization that would probably be more receptive and
I think the father
listen to the white guy more than the black guy.
Maybe that's his spokesperson.
But hold
What if you're
on.
my spokesperson? You're dark, Dan.
Hold on.
Sorry.
I think the dad needs to be down here.
Didn't go so well yesterday.
Yeah, but this is pro him though. This is an anti him.
This is an anti him.
It's pro
This
him.
is a group that's using his son to rally people up to support their protect the white people cry. And the Metcalf guys like, listen, my son, don't use my son's situation to rally people up to protect white people. I have a whole nother set of problems going on. I don't need you to get people more riled up
Yeah, and they send the fattest black guy with a cowboy hat that's never ridden a horse in his life to vie for his son. It doesn't make sense.
So it looks like this guy Carter and Metcalf's dad met Thursday at the press conference, the news conference, and while they were talking, Carter said that he would go out and talk to the white protesters, so his dad, wasn't a bigger media spectacle.
Right.
I would ask Jeff Metcalf if he would be bold enough to act like a father of a deceased young man that was murdered instead of being somebody suppressed, worried that he's going to spark the next race riots or some type of thing. He needs to stand for righteousness, not for the consequences of righteous actions always need to be taken seriously. He needs to be.
This guy looks like Tim Tebow's nerd brother.
Righteous before he is fearful. He is acting out of fear.
Tim Tebow had a brother who didn't lift weights and wasn't nearly as studly as him.
Not out of righteousness. He should have been on the top of the bus today. He should have been standing shoulder to shoulder with me.
Are you a father?
No, I'm not.
I'm a father. Hold on.
Amen.
I'm a father. As a father, there is this thing called grief. So let me tell you what's going on in his house. He's getting swatted. His only other son.
Who is swatting him?
Well,
Which community?
No, we don't know the community, but it's happening. That's on the police to find. Secondly, he has a son who's a twin, who his son died in his arms. So that means he needs to navigate that. Then his son, who's his only son, is getting death threats. So as a father, his hands is full. So the last thing he wants to be tied to is having this complex of race. So yes, violence is bad. Young black men are getting killed every day by young black men across this country.
Yes, but I'm not a member of that community. I'm a member of my community, and my community is being victimized by the community of violent black, absolute degenerates.
But here's the problem.
They're degenerates.
When you stand up in the name of God, there's one body. And if you're not a part of that body,
I could read statistics. So I'm also a pragmatic human being. So I understand when there's a problem, it needs to be addressed head on. If you tiptoe around a problem, that's how you get to the end.
The black guy on the right is smart and he's patient.
Yeah.
He's actually a great speaker. I understand maybe why the father sent him and thought it was appropriate for this guy, because he is very thoughtfully and patiently dealing with this sort of radical white guy.
And hold on, and professionally.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. I mean, I'm impressed. I like the guy.
If I'm the Metcalf dad, I'm like,
the guy's a good spokesperson.
Stop using my tragedy and the death of my son, which is to propel your message.
On either side.
And fundraising on either. Just, let's let my son's situation play out however it does. Mm-hmm. I'm sure there's going to be a trial. I'm sure there's going to be a whole deal. And let's not use it as a rally cry for your organization prematurely. Let's let the system play itself out here. And I feel as if you're using my kid as a fundraiser. I really do.
On both sides.
And like I said, Dan, maybe this guy's just the best representative, and it turns out he is.
He's a
and
good
does it not
representative.
show
He was very patient.
That Metcalf's not racist when his representative
was another black guy, right? I understand.
This guy going out trying to reach across the bridge to an intellectual, radical right guy. I mean, this guy, when he says, I'm not part of your community, he might as well say, I'm not an N-word. Right. That's what he's saying.
I understand.
He's just using bigger words, but he's
the black guy made
racist.
the white guy look stupid.
He did. It's like Blazing Saddles. They make the white people look stupid.
There's been reports that said that all that Austin Metcalf had to do was to ask Carmelo Anthony to leave, and everything would have been okay.
He wasn't going to leave.
Did.
Well, no, Bubba, this is like where the social media is taking it upon themselves, because I guess one side is saying, well, if Austin would have just told him to leave and not put his hands on him, then Carmelo Anthony would have left.
This particular exchange happens to be the Carmelo Anthony guy. It's not?
No. This is just them now showing it's the point of, if you just ask people to leave, they're not going to leave.
So this isn't this guy right here that has a bad attitude. When an older man and an older woman ask this guy to leave because he's on private property and on their ring, and he's very, very rude. This doesn't have anything to do with this. This is not Carmelo Anthony?
Correct.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I shouldn't even play it because it's not relative.
Yeah, this is just them saying again. If the old people would have just asked this guy to leave, he should leave.
But he didn't.
Correct.
But this wasn't that. That was. See, I was under the assumption that was the Carmelo Anthony guy that was posted up on an older gentleman and woman's porch, and they asked him via the Ring camera to leave, and he had a couple choice words for him.
No. This is some different guy.
This country is wrong. Why can't you stand that and say with that? Maybe you can. Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about this issue that is larger than Austin at this point? God rest the beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today.
I feel as if this is like an opportunistic guy that's trying to use a tragedy, much like a this is almost a reverse Black Lives Matter gimmick.
For sure. He's a white nationalist.
And he's using this, Austin Metcalf's tragic murder to, gin up support for his organization that he probably collects a paycheck from or gets a large amount of money from. And, I don't find it highly inappropriate. I find it highly opportunistic, whatever.
Opportunistic?
Yeah.
That's Austin Metcalf's dad that's on the phone, by the way.
Where?
On that phone that's being held right
so
there.
His spokesperson got him on the phone?
He's
the left hand, I think.
He's talking to his dad.
Yes, I am, sir.
Oh, so you're saying that this guy here for... Let's keep white guys America strong.
Protect white Americans.
Protect white America is talking to the African American bad guy's dad on this phone.
The African American is the one that came out for Austin Metcalf's father.
So the big thick African American guy with a hat on, that guy who pretty cool dude.
Yes.
He's talking. He's got the phone with Metcalf's father talking to Johnny Opportunistic.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Part of the fucking problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any fucking...
That's called white guilt.
No, let it talk.
Let me finish. I give you your time. You take my son's face off your website. I am not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir. You are creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness.
You are being weak. I gotta be honest with you about that, sir.
You're being weak. Condemn your son's killer and the culture that caused it.
Hey, Jeff.
That's the problem. You've been submitted.
Hold on, hey, Jeff.
You've been submitted.
I'll handle it from here.
You've been submitted, sir.
You're not gonna make
If
us
we were...
Wow.
Man.
It's kind of a dick.
When I was
isn't he?
looking up the representative's background, it took me like 2 pages of Google to get through a bunch of pro Carmelo stuff before I could even find the article on the history of the spokesperson, Reverend Alexander. It's like the trend is to support the guy. It's unbelievable.
Before
the algorithm.
The algorithm is supporting him.
Let's lighten up a tad before we go into commercials, and it's very tenseful right now with the Metcalf. Let me have you seen this?
Yes, I have.
Oh my God!
Let's loosen it up a little bit.
Let's loosen it up a little bit.
Okay.
Seth, you've not seen this, have you?
No.
Okay.
No.
So we're very much we're really tensed out right now. We got the Metcalf with Carmelo chaser, and the Metcalf dad's mad at the make white guys great again deal, and it's just a big whodunit. It really is. It's a bad situation, and all we really need is a girl like this that has this type of mentality. This is the kind of girl you need to date. Oof. Some girls you date or are married to or have a relationship with or whatever, they're a little uptight. Like, hey, Phoebe, or hey, Ashley, or hey, whatever. Lighten up a little bit. Won't you try to do this? And if you got a girl that's willing to do this for you, to lighten up the mood, to lighten up the mood, or to prepare herself for you, I think you got yourself a good woman. This would certainly, if Jay and I were walking out of the courtroom in this Metcalf, a Carmelo Anthony deal, and we're over there and we're really uptight, Jay, we're really, oh my God, can you believe this? And we turned over and outside the courthouse and we saw a fine lady do this. I think it would really maybe reset our perspective on uptightness. Now let me just say that this is, for those looking at home, because I'm going to go right into words because I'm running late, but this is a 2-inch trailer hitch ball. Okay? Like we all have in our trucks. Dan, does your Cybertruck have a way to?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And
so does the Escalade. They all do. Because we got tow jet skis and boats. We need that.
Like my F-150 has a tow ball, a tow
hitch.
Tow hitch. I'm sure your truck has a tow hitch.
Yes, definitely.
And it's a 2-inch ball, and you put whatever you're pulling, your trailer, on that ball, and then the receiver goes down on the ball. Then you latch down the deal, and it stays on that ball, and it swivels so that you can turn around and what have you.
And there's different size balls. It can be like 1 3/4 inches. It can be up to like 2.5 inches.
Actually, like 2 5/8 inches is one of the, like, if you're
the standard.
Well, no.
What's the standard? 2. Okay.
2-inch ball's the standard.
2 standard.
But like if you're having,
my wife's got a 2-inch.
Yeah. Let's not associate your wife.
She
with,
drives a Raptor.
I understand.
And she has
Jay, trust me. I know Candle has a 2-inch ball. Let's keep Candle far away from this situation.
Yes.
Okay. Trust me.
She's got a
Just
truck.
trust me.
Okay.
Just shut up and trust me.
I don't have a trailer hitch.
Jay, stop it.
Here we go. This is not your wife, I promise you. But this will lighten you up. I would love to see this in person. Sure. Here she goes.
Whoa. Wow.
Is that a hell of a woman?
Yeah. How'd you catch tetanus?
She needs to get hers so much. And she's so horned up, Lummy.
Not where I was expecting the story to
That's
go.
why I was trying to keep your wife away from the story, numbnuts. See, Dan, was I not trying to protect his wife?
Bubba,
but
you tried.
She was
going to back into the car in front of her.
He wouldn't shut his mouth.
No.
My wife's got a 2-inch. She pulls horses and Jay, shut up.
Maybe she's got a 2.5 inch.
This ain't your wife, Jay. I don't care what kind of ball Candle has.
Nope.
She's not in any way, shape, or form associated with what we're fixing to see.
No.
So shut your fat mouth up.
And here's what's really bizarre, Bubba. You could have a brand new truck and you can have a brand new trailer hitch, and after you've used it one time, that ball is disgusting. It's chewed up. It's scratchy.
Yes.
It's got grease on it. It's filthy.
Sometimes it's got little nicks on it.
Yeah, sometimes it's chewed up from the metal.
Right.
It's just and the chrome is peeling off.
I'm assuming
that's the last thing I'd stick in my JJ.
This guy's got. We're not saying where she stuck it either, Jay, Dan. But I'm assuming that this is a clean hitch. Maybe never been used hitch before.
Is this a setup? Is this like a TikTok setup?
She's a clean girl.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jay, as we were walking out of court all stressed out, would that not lighten the mood?
Yeah, sort of.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
So quickly. Holy shit. Ugh.
cases pending when he was a lot less criminal. As far as I'm concerned, he's a lot less criminal than the person that's sitting in the White House. Because last time I checked, he doesn't have any criminal convictions. I don't even think he has any outstanding cases versus the guy that still had cases pending when he was sworn in on January 20th and sitting in the White House. He's a lot.
Did you have a good weekend, Bubba?
Yeah, I had okay.
Thursday about this wild lawsuit that Cassie filed against him, alleging rape, alleging human trafficking, other misdeeds. As quickly as it came, it went over.
I rediscovered Queens of the Stone Age recently. HS Bubba fan. Exceptional. The album where Dave Grohl's the drummer on is pretty killer. What's up, Herman? Rome Shocker right back at you, buddy. How's everybody's doing? John Castica. Big Longer. Long Dong Silverfish. Yeah, I'll have to take a look. That must be. If it's ever heard a clutch, I hear one every weekend at the racetrack. Yeah.
My buddy came out. This thing in our neighborhood from Easter eggs. Jane Constantine.
Oh, really? How was that?
Well, she can't say anything negative about Jane.
Of course not.
Jane, of course, didn't come over to our kids.
Jane's super nice to my family. I just don't agree with her politics. Yeah. What's up, Berto Perez, Holyoke Joe?
She was talking about how Jane was
Really?
not Jane.
Oh. Okay.
I know her.
I was gonna say she likes us and all, but I wouldn't expect her to
Oh,
go
yeah,
out on a limb like
yeah.
that for Steve. Steve's great. Tom Lennon, what up? Alan Bowling. Rupert Lips, what's up, my friend? Dark Match Steve. Brazilian Redneck, good morning, Paisano. What's the matter for you? Hope everyone had a good Easter weekend. Or just long vacation weekend. Did we like 1,000? What's up, Nick? How you doing, my friend? What's up, little Rovers Afterbirth? Johnny Z. Bradley.
What's up, Alan Bowling? Arr.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Lummy, have you ever, no matter how in shape or, in my case, out of shape you are, power washing really takes it out of you, man. We're trying to get Merch Crick's house ready to sell because she doesn't need it. Like,
pressure washing.
Yeah, pressure washing. And so she's got this vinyl fence, Lummy, that's 7 foot tall, which requires, like, if you're power washing the driveway or something like that, you're pointing the wand down. It doesn't take as much muscle or whatever to hold it up.
That's a whole different deal.
But when you're power washing something that's a little bit taller than you, then your delts, and everything.
What have you been training for your whole life, Bubba? For this moment.
Not to power wash for 7 hours in Pasco County. Whew. So I power washed, like 6.5, 7 hours on Saturday as we're trying to get her house ready. By the way,
that is love.
And hardly any activity on her T-Birds. I thought, I thought that's like the best deal ever. Some people were saying like one of them was worth $20,000.
Well, we had like 6 people that said they must have been screwing with us.
They were.
Oh,
that's all the Bubba Army does.
Oh man.
Yeah, she's like, I got 5 Bubba Armies that want to come look at it. I go, great. Not a one of them. Not a one of them. So anyway, I power washed for like 5-6 hours on Saturday, and I was regulated to the couch and recliner all day yesterday, and I'm just now coming out of it a little bit. So this didn't really age that well. So in saying, I sat and watched a lot of TV yesterday. Went and watched the Rays, got their ass. Do the Rays just not have anybody that can hit the goddamn ball?
That is correct.
I mean, can they just not? And then talk about bad coaching. Who was that real fast guy we had? Is it Sanders? I don't know who the hell it was. Simpson?
Chandler Simpson?
Yeah, the Simpson
so
kid.
he gets on base, and we got 2 out. No, we got 1 out, and the badass pitcher for the Yankees throws over 2 times. Well, why aren't we going the next time? I mean, he throws over. He's so scared of a. Did you watch it yesterday, Lemmy?
I watched a little bit of it. I got frustrated.
He threw over. Like, why aren't you going?
Yeah, I know. It doesn't make any sense.
We have no, we have no bats. None. And then the umpire yesterday, man, he was calling everything a strike. So you might see, after 2 innings and you see that the umpire's calling everything a strike, if it's just, then why wouldn't the coach say, hey guys, if it's borderline, you swing at it. Nope. What do? We just watch it. We just watch him. You're out. You're out. You're out. So I'm watching all kinds of things yesterday, and I go to CNN because I want to see. I like to see what they're doing. And honest to God, CNN had this panel of people up. And do you know who right now that the Democrats are considering kind of the leader?
No way.
AOC.
Oh yes, and she's.
They are kind of like Bernie is handing the torch over to her. And listen, I'm trying to be completely objective here, okay? But I'm like, well, first of all, Bernie doesn't have the torch. Like Bernie is a senator from Vermont. Now,
a socialist senator from Vermont.
A socialist senator from Vermont. Now, like, if it was Obama or Clinton or, somebody like that.
You got an Olympic-sized torch.
Then man, if Obama got in there and said, just want to let you know, AOC is the face of the new Democratic Party. I think we're going to do good. Or, Bill. There's a handful of people, but not Bernie Sanders.
And neither one of them wanted to give the torch to Kamala. That was reluctantly given. So you're 100% right.
So I watched it and I figured this out from what these talking heads were saying. One, they hate Kamala. Like they hate, like Democrats hate her. Like she's hated. She's hated.
That's one thing Biden and Obama get along with. They agree on.
2, they don't like Gavin Newsom right now at all. 3, they said that Kamala may go back to California and try to be the governor.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
And then 4, they're like, and Bernie, who in my opinion doesn't have the bag, but is handing the bag over to AOC. And they're like, even CNN was like, wow, and so Listen to this. Back in 1972, I retained this information. Back in 1972, and then back in 1984, the Democrats only won one state. Their party was so broken that back in 72, and let me fact check me.
Okay.
Back in 72 and 84, they only won one state.
I think Reagan won all 50.
No, I think he lost one. I think he lost Maine, maybe.
I think he lost whatever. Yeah.
Is it 49? Because there's another fifth point to add to this, which actually reaffirms what you're saying. The co-DNC chair is one of the young kids from the Sandy Hook shooting, and his name's David Hogg. He was a survivor, and he
lost
became
Minnesota.
He became a co-DNC chair, and he's now vowed to primary every old traditional Democrat in the DNC party.
They lost Minnesota because Mondale was the VP candidate.
That's who it was.
Right.
Oh.
So anyway, 72 and 84, the Democrats got their asses kicked to the tune of only winning one state. They're saying now that that's the druthers they're in right now. This is as low as the Democratic Party has been. And it's not because of any other reason than they have gone so extremely left that most liberals can't identify with what they feel is important. And so, like, I don't think most liberals identify with AOC. I just don't. I think she's a whack job. And so I was watching a little bit of CNN, and then I saw this, Lummy, so I thought I would play this. Now, remember Letitia James? She is what, the Attorney General for the state of New York? Is that what she is, Jay?
She is a congressperson from, I believe, Brooklyn.
What?
No.
Letitia James?
No. Letitia James is the district attorney of
right.
Manhattan. I'm sorry.
She's the one that ran on her in order to win the job. Her platform was, we're going after Trump.
Correct.
I don't care who the hell he thinks he is. I don't care what kind of money he's got. We're digging deep, and we're going to get him.
For fraud, for supposedly inflating the value of his properties.
Meanwhile, it's been reported, and it's coming out now, that she has done the very same thing with properties that she owned, that she inflated the value.
Worse.
Properties that she's not yet paid off.
Worse, I don't think they've ever said that Donald Trump did it to get a better deal. They just said he falsely inflated the value of, properties, and Mar-a-Lago was only worth $18 million. It was ridiculous. She did she allegedly put her father as her husband down on a property. She allegedly used a property that was out of the state of New York as her primary residence, all to get better rates,
so
allegedly.
I saw this, Lummy, and I was like, man, I got to play this.
I'm not afraid of no president. Donald Trump, we're ready for you. We're coming for you.
She puts it around $150,000. It's mortgaged, according to the paperwork, over $500,000. Her building is at least 4 to 5 times overinflated for the purposes of mortgages. And some of the mortgages are in the public record. Some of them are not. They look like phantom mortgage. The whole thing is fugazi.
My mission is clear. I'm focused. I'm prepared. I'm ready. I've been trained by the best.
I hope so.
I went to Howard University. We're not going down silent. Victory, my friends, is clear. It's now. And I'm not waiting 4 years. I'm waiting 2 until a speaker by the name of Hakeem Jeffries comes to bring us some rest. Come on, ladies. It's up to us. We saved this democracy before. We'll save it now. Let's go. I'm not afraid of no president.
I don't
That's
know.
a little bit of a Howard Dean moment, isn't it? Like, whee!
I was going to say, she had some demons that were coming out during that one.
She felt like a Baptist minister.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's like one of those things where you play the flute and the snake, and then all those demons.
I want
just
to raise my hands.
coming out. Yeah.
The snake. You're a snake charmer.
Yeah, snake charmer with the spirits.
And the cobra comes out of the basket.
Or it's something, or something where a snake bites you. I don't know. There's a whole thing, but she had it.
As far as I'm concerned, he's a lot less criminal than the person that's sitting in the White House.
Now, this woman here, this is the Democratic Congress lady from Texas,
Jasmine Crockett,
and she, she's made it.
She's a baddie.
She's bad.
She's a baddie,
and she's a baddie.
That means you'd hit it.
Oh, is that what it means? I'd hit it. I don't. Her message may get me limp.
Well, she's not talking about her message.
Well, it seems like
she's talking nasty about your career.
I'm concerned, he's a lot less criminal than the person that's sitting in the White House. Because last time I checked, he doesn't have any criminal convictions. I don't even think he has any outstanding cases.
So they're talking about the MS-13 guy, the Garcia guy that's been deported from our country and sent back to El Salvador. And now the El Salvadorian president and whatever is like, listen, your Supreme Court may have ruled 9-0, and you may have a bring this guy back to America gimmick, but he is an El Salvadorian that is currently being incarcerated in our prison, and we could care less what type of court order you got or whether there was a mistake in paperwork. We got possession's literally 9/10 of the law, and we're not giving them back to you. Jay, that's the way I've interpreted this situation. Is that how it is? Kinda?
Sort of. They're saying he's not a resident of the United States. He's a national El Salvadoran citizen, and they've put him back where he belongs.
And he was indeed in this country illegally.
100%.
Convictions. I don't even think he has any outstanding cases versus the guy that still had cases.
And I think America, even Democratic America, even Democrats are like, what? Let's fight different battles. Let's fight different battles than worried about some illegal immigrant that was part of an MS-13 gang that we're fighting as to whether he should come back or not. Or we're fighting about, whether the woman, the governor in Maine will overturn Title IX federal regulations where women cannot, boys cannot compete against girls. Let's worry about much bigger patriotic, things that our country truly needs.
Centrist issues. Don't get on the wrong side of a 2080 issue.
And I feel like AOC is so fringe and so far left. Let me find me the latest AOC. I saw it last night where she's just railing Trump.
Okay. So do you know where the Democrats are hanging themselves on this issue? They're saying that he was, they admitted they made a mistake. And here's where they're claiming they made a mistake. They're claiming they made a mistake by the Trump administration deporting him to El Salvador rather than deporting him somewhere else. He'd already been determined to be an MS-13 gang member by an immigration court, an immigration appellate court. He'd already been deemed to be a subject of a restraining order for allegedly punching and scratching and ripping the clothes off of his fiancée, who's now his wife. He has been accused of human trafficking. And one thing he's been proven to be is an MS-13 member, according to the government. The reason he supposedly they made a mistake is because he's an MS-13 gang member. He said, you can't send me back to El Salvador because rival gangs may kill me. And so the basis of his protection in the United States is I'm a gang member who deserves protection from other gangs in El Salvador. So the Trump administration has said very simply, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua are terrorist organizations. And when you are deemed to be a member of a terrorist organization, you no longer enjoy these little tic-tac crappy little protections like, oh, you're afraid of a rival gang. We're going to talk to the president and we're going to send you right back to El Salvador where criminals belong. And so that's what they've said. That's the government's position on it. And her position is, oh my God, he deserves due process. He's already been deemed to be subject to a deportation order twice.
Pending when he was sworn in on January 20th and also has 34 felony convictions. So listen, I don't want to hear anything from the Republican Party about how they're trying to keep us safe when their fearless leader is actually the biggest criminal thus far that we have seen, because I haven't seen anybody with a rap sheet that looks like the president's.
I sent you the AOC thing. I think it's one you're looking for. Call him a rapist.
Oh yeah.
Did she really?
Yeah, and here's the thing, man, is like I don't know if the Democratic Party
That's been deemed to be defamation because George Stephanopoulos paid on it.
George Stephanopoulos.
On that word.
Walk us through that. A lot of people listen.
And we were right about the NFL, Bubba, by the way. It dropped last week, and you and I were right about it. When you talked about the Drake thing and the song from Kendrick Lamar. Well,
hold on. You mean the one that I had an employee, Rhett, try to shove up my ass?
Yeah, that you and I spoke about for a long time.
That I was wrong about?
And I said, You're right.
And I said, America does not want this. It does not. And my employee comes back and says, you don't know what's hip, and I'm sorry, but he got 8 Grammy Awards. And I'm like, that's great, but that does not belong as the halftime entertainment for the NFL.
You get rid of that song or you change the lyric. It perpetuated the defamation. They're being added, just like you said.
Just like I said.
Yep.
Just like I said. And I told Red, you know what? It's not the fact that it's the song. It's the fact that you now have put a multi-billion-dollar corporation. You've now exposed them to a possible slander, liable, defamation suit. And you...
Apple Music streaming and the NFL, the bigger defendants that you could ever want.
And one of the things, the hardest things to prove, damages in a defamation, slander, or libel suit is how big or how many people were exposed or heard it.
Yes.
One thing Jay was able to dissect when MJ was trying to sue me for those very same things was how much... did it really affect your life? How much money did you lose?
Right.
How many endorsements did you lose? How big of an audience heard it? And with the Lamar with the Travis Scott stuff, it's easy for some
it all heated up again, Bubba. All the social media stuff heated up times 10 again immediately after it, just like you said. And so the hatred came out and the death threats and all this stuff.
The new generation cannot wrap their head around the new generation, which Rhett tried to shove up my ass. You don't have any idea what the new generation is. This guy won a Grammy on this song. That's fine. But when that song is being performed on the largest television stage in the world, poking fun at another person, that other person, and then the network or the sanctioning body that has allowed that to happen, because all Drake's lawyers have got to go back and say, did you guys have a rehearsal? Yes, we did. Did you guys rehearse singing this song? Yes. Did you deviate from the rehearsal? No. Did standards and practices approve of these lyrics? Yes. I mean, Jay, I'm not an attorney, but I'm pretty damn close to, especially in this particular rabbit hole, slander, liability, defamation.
100%.
I mean, you
like Ed Sullivan with the Doors. He addressed it, and then they did it anyway. Well, now you have a kill switch, and you have a delay switch, and you could still stop it.
Right.
Even if he had said it anyway, you have a delay switch.
And my employee to come back and say, well, he won 8 Grammys.
We have a dump button.
You don't know what's hot. You don't get it. It's above your head. You don't get it. Oh, yeah, I do get it.
Doesn't the NFL have a dump button?
Donald Trump is a criminal who was found guilty of 34 felony counts of fraud.
Fight oligarchy. That's what we're going with?
Oligarchy.
Yeah. Fight oligarchy. Or however you say it. Isn't it about like rich people running the show? That's what the word means.
There was a lady on Charlemagne the God last week saying you can't go in the hood and say fight oligarchy because no one knows what that is. What is that?
Yeah, I'm asking
I can't even pronounce it.
What is it?
I only know a little bit about it. Supposedly the rich ruling the world, which that's been going on forever.
Yeah, when they started putting sanctions on Russia, they started taking like the oligarchy. They started taking like their boats, their $100 million yachts and everything like that. They seized all those. So I'm guessing that they're rich people that are in the president's circle.
Found guilty of 34 felony counts of fraud.
Now, if you're AOC's handlers, Jay, aren't you taking her aside and said, AOC, We're on some real slippery slope
No,
right
look
now.
at the word she said exactly. Found guilty of 34 counts of fraud. That's actually a factual statement.
Okay.
She's very careful.
I want you to listen to the whole thing.
Is she in Idaho? Is that for?
I don't know. I think
That's a red area.
I think
isn't
right
it?
now, Seth. I think she's canvassing America.
Yeah, but all the people who are blue in those red states come to this. This isn't a bunch of red people that, like, all of a sudden have decided to fight oligarchy now.
Liable for sexual abuse.
Is that true?
Yes.
Of course he's lying and abusing and manipulating the stock market too.
That's not necessarily true.
It's an opinion.
When he talks about rapists and criminals, he should look in the mirror.
It's a little gray. Gets a little gray.
Hyperbole, political speech.
You think she's a good sexter?
Donald
got a little fluffy
Trump
lately.
is a criminal who was found guilty of 34 felony counts of fraud.
What is she, Rosanna Dana from Saturday Night Live? What she sounds like.
They already tried this. It didn't work in
Liable
2024.
for sexual abuse. He was found
tried all that.
guilty.
Hold on. Tell us about the George Stephanopoulos settlement, because you know what the new. Well, let me go into words.
Yeah.
Will you try to find that for me, because it was $15 million.
Yeah, and he had to pay $1 million himself, allegedly.
And then I think ABC paid what, the remaining 14?
It was either 14 plus 1 or 15 plus 1.
Will you find that for me, Lummy?
Yes.
All right.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Oh. I can't text you right now. I'm going on stage. Stop texting me.
Rosanna Dana.
Last night I dreamt of AOC.
Steve.
I think the distinction was he accused him of being found liable of rape rather than found liable of sexual assault. And he was with Nancy Mace on there, I believe. It was a Nancy Mace clip.
Oh, was it?
Where she had been
Why'd you send him the headlines on what they had said on?
I think it was, yeah. And I think it was, she'd been a victim of sexual abuse, and he was asking her about that, and she was there on some other topic.
Oh, you're saying what he actually did?
Yeah, when it happened, when this statement was made. She tried to correct him, and he said it again, I believe. Morning, everybody. Is that V. Thomas Gilson? Is Rumble playing like a day behind or something?
Yeah, we don't do live. We just send the replay.
So is it Facebook, Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube?
Yeah.
I go to YouTube 10 out of 10 times.
Let me thank you for my new chair.
No problem, Bubba. I sent you a video and a news clip for the settlement.
The Packers just signed Donald Driver.
Might be better than what they got.
He's there to mentor the young guys. He's also going to coach.
Is it right here on me?
Yes, sir.
Is this all I need?
Yeah, this should break it down. If not, I did send you a news article. It just doesn't have a video on it.
Okay, but this will be better.
Well, it's really better because they're reporting on themselves,
Well, not
which
that,
is
but-
hilarious.
But here's the no. This is CNN.
It was ABC. You're right.
This.
thought it was CNN.
But nobody, this story went uncovered.
He's had 3 or 4 enormous victories on defamation in the last 90 days. I think he won the one against that pollster that said that he was going to lose Iowa. Remember the poll that came out the weekend before, and he was like, "Oh, this, he won it by 9 points or 10 points."
Such a say in her neck.
I like Megyn Kelly. Do you, Michael McGinnis? I think she's pleasing to look at and smart. I think you're right, Farmer Ground.
Let's get nasty. All right, or let's just keep it the way it's been going.
Let's get super nasty.
Yeah, let's get freaky.
Okay. How about I do the after show with my shorts off?
Let's see what
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Only got 9 days left to get your pre-order in on the Fat Man Dunks 3. My third installment into my shoe series. It's an all-black upper, high top, with a big fat guy dunking a donut on the side, red. It's kind of like a Jordan 13, but with me. You got 9 days to pre-order those, and then you're done. So go to Bubba Army Merch, Bubba Army Store, Bubba Army Shop, and order away. I never knew that this was a thing. And George Stephanopoulos, who was formerly President Clinton's. Was he his press secretary or chief of staff?
Press secretary.
Press secretary.
Youngest at the time.
And I always liked the guy. And I've kind of gone on to like him a little bit in some of his political commentary. But this got him in a lot of trouble. Cost, I think, ABC $15 million. I think personally he had to pay $1 million. And, this is the slander, libel, defamation type thing that MJ was seeking when, there was no meat on our bone, but there was a lot of meat on this bone. And when this settled, nobody reported it. When was it, a year ago?
No, it was right after he won. It was within maybe the first 20 days.
So it's not that long ago.
No.
This is it's less than 6 months old?
Yep. For sure. Since he's become president.
What's that?
Since he's become president.
Oh, okay. So, 4 months old.
And ABC.
Well, yeah, because he got sworn in January 20th, and today's April 21st.
Yeah, this news story came out in December.
What's that?
This news story came out in December.
Here we go.
News into CNN. ABC News anchor George Stephanopoulos has reached a settlement with President-elect Donald Trump in his defamation suit. The lawsuit stemming from an interview that Stephanopoulos did with Congresswoman Nancy Mace, where he asserted Trump was found liable for rape in a civil case. The network will pay out $16 million as part of that settlement and have to issue an apology. CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter joining me. And Brian,
hey, let me see if you can find me the ABC apology.
Got it.
This is actually a lawsuit with ABC News, the network, and Stephanopoulos. What else can you tell us about this?
And again, this isn't going to court, or this is a settlement. Like, this is
right before depositions.
Yeah. Oh boy, that sounds familiar. Let's settle right before depositions, because depositions tell the complete story.
I think they were going to have a trial too and be forced to, I think they were going to have Stephanopoulos and the people testify, and they do not want those people testifying.
Again, settle before depos.
That's right. It's not every day that you hear about a major network, a TV network, paying millions of dollars and apologizing to the president-elect. So this is a headline with real ramifications. And as you said, it stems from an episode of George Stephanopoulos' Sunday morning news program, where he was talking with a lawmaker, I think it was Nancy Mace, and they were talking about the E. Jean Carroll case. And George Stephanopoulos repeatedly used the word rape, saying Trump was found guilty of rape, liable of rape. Well, in fact, the accurate phrase to use is sexual abuse. That is what the New York court found. But because Stephanopoulos kept using that R word, rape, Trump filed a lawsuit. He filed a defamation suit. We've talked a lot in recent years about people using the courts trying to seek justice. Remember the Sandy Hook case against Alex Jones? Well, those defamation kinds of cases can also be filed by someone like the president-elect. So
I'm just telling you, Jay, you know as well as I do, man. You start slandering people and you start defaming them and calling them something that they're not, or accusing them of something that they did not, or that they were justified. Those are some big numbers sometimes.
It certainly can be.
So Trump,
especially from major media corporations.
Well, especially when it was perpetuated like this had been with somebody as big as Trump, and it went organic.
Out a defamation suit. It was working its way through the courts. ABC was unable to get it thrown out initially. And actually, in the next few days, Trump was set to be deposed in the case. But ABC is avoiding going any further by settling. They're paying out $15 million plus $1 million in attorney's fees. They say this is going to go to a nonprofit, basically to Trump's future library. That's the idea. But maybe most importantly, Jessica, ABC is also apologizing, issuing a statement of regret. I'm just looking at my computer to get the exact wording here.
Oh, maybe they got the sorry gimmick right here. Maybe that's within this story.
But ABC is going to say, basically attach an editor's note to the website saying it regrets, and George regrets the statements. Meanwhile, an ABC spokesperson tells me they are pleased to have reached this settlement, but it is very notable.
Pleased to have reached a $16 million settlement based on your Sunday programming?
They are both paying out money to the president-elect and apologizing for the misstatements on the air.
Certainly. And what else, Brian, does this tell us about the president-elect's possible strategy for dealing with the media going forward? We know he's very litigious.
One word comes to mind, the word emboldened. Trump and his team is going to be emboldened by this settlement by ABC, because rather than fight this out any further, rather than trying to go to trial, ABC is choosing to settle. What does that mean? Maybe that means ABC had
Maybe that means that ABC, after looking at the facts and how George Stephanopoulos framed Donald Trump, they knew that their goose was cooked, and they didn't want a jury picking a number. They wanted to pick their number, because sometimes, Jay, as you know, nothing scares big corporate America more than a jury picking out a number.
Ooh.
That scares them.
For sure.
Whereas,
embarrassing emails or text messages or other material.
I mean, prime example, Hogan versus Gawker. I mean, nobody in their right mind thought that a jury not only would give him $115 million, what he asked for, but then pile on another 30 for that'll learn you.
Well, Gawker also made a huge mistake by putting up, these sterile corporate dweebs against one of the best baby facers in history. And the jury liked the baby face.
Yeah.
Material that was going to make.
I mean,
am I wrong about that?
Well, am I also wrong by the fact that even though I'm a heel on the air and I'm a prick and whatever, I come across as a man better than Todd Schnitt.
You come across honest. You're a great witness. The best I ever saw.
I come across.
You narrowly beat him though, right?
Narrowly.
Well, he didn't have to wear a do-rag, so he did great.
He's been running with the weight vest on, Bubba.
Oh, he has been?
Yeah, remember it's kind of rugged.
Okay. Yeah.
When he did the fake fall and everything.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, he said he didn't recall 56 times. Usually, I don't recall is reserved for the defendant because the defendant's in trouble and he doesn't recall. Not for the person on offense, the plaintiff. The plaintiffs are supposed to remember everything because they're trying to get every possible data and bad thing in.
I think it was 40-something times, 43, 46, something like that.
I didn't say I recalled everything. I never once said I didn't recall. And he said it 47 times. It's just about who comes across better. It's just about who comes across better.
Make the network look bad. Remember, that's one of the reasons why Fox News settled against Dominion last year. Sometimes networks settle because they don't want to drag it out any further and get embarrassed in the court of public opinion. But regardless of ABC's rationale, and they won't say why exactly they've decided.
This is all great information, Jake.
To reach this settlement, it will embolden Trump and his allies who, as you've said, have shown they want to use the courts in order to achieve certain outcomes they want. In this case, they believe justice is being done by holding ABC accountable.
I mean, if you're going to call a guy a rapist and he's not a rapist, well, that could probably get you in trouble. If you're going to call somebody a murderer or a rapist or something like that, and that person's not been deemed that, and you've publicly on your large media stage said such a thing, that could come with some consequences. Dion was asked, why did you retire Travis Hunter and Shador's jerseys, literally while they're still, during spring, just literally while they're still enrolled and haven't even had the NFL draft. And he had Dion, it's tough to argue with Dion because when Dion rolls up in that room, it's his room. He owns it. He'll shut you down.
Got swagger.
Dion makes a great point in this. I get what he's saying. I just feel like what was he like? Was Colorado like 13-11 for the couple of years those guys were there, and not a bowl victory? I mean, they had some fun games and everything, but I mean. Well, it's not the biggest deal in the world. I know people are upset about it, but
I like his explanation.
It's got a great explanation. Again, I just don't know if it's worthy of them going up there.
It's just success within the.
You can't see that.
Colorado.
Same thing with Rashawn Salam, right? How long did we wait? I say we because I'm a part of CU now. How long did we wait?
23 years after his Heisman.
After his what?
After his Heisman?
Yeah. How many years after his death?
1. Less than 1.
So we got to die to get recognized? Ain't nobody saying nothing in the church right now. Everybody got something to say otherwise.
Ain't nobody got anything to say in church right now.
I think that's a great point. And I did forget that Hunter did win the Heisman, so
right.
He should, go up there.
If you think about collegiate accomplishments within Colorado University, it's a pretty big deal.
Hey man, give people their flowers while they can enjoy them and they can smell them.
I like it. I like his analogy. Give people their flowers when they can still smell them and enjoy them.
That's how I get down. You guys are doing a good job. I always tell you guys are doing a good job right now. I don't wait. I'm not built like that.
Lummy, are you hearing that? Or is it you that told me, or I think maybe I forget who told me that there's a certain amount of states right now that are adopting NIL practices to high schools.
Yeah, that's they are
that
for high schools.
Yeah, like Jesuit would have to potentially write their hot quarterback a check, or the boosters need to come up with, or he could
What kind of check? $500? What are these high school kids getting?
We don't know because this shiz storm has just begun, but like you can transfer to any.
Jesuit won't put up with that.
It will no longer be where your district at. You can drive. Like you can transfer to any school you want. And there's going to be NIL and portal type deals.
High school?
Yep.
I'll send you, because FHSAA approved it, I believe, last year. It didn't really get much publicity.
It will never happen to Jesuit.
I was talking to the high school coach of Warsaw.
That's what you think, Jay.
That's what you think, Jay. That's what you think.
Yo,
in fact, Jay.
Never happened in the Jesuit.
In fact, you're wrong. It's going to happen at Jesuit before it happens anywhere. Hold on. Because you know why? You know why? Because Jesuits got money.
No, it won't.
They're not going to spend it on kids.
They have money. They don't need. They have a whole different scheme over there. It's not happening.
Bubba, they're still doing bake sales and car washes, just to repaint the bleachers and stuff. They don't have enough to pay these kids.
Don't sit here and argue with me.
Oh, I will.
I'm only just.
I sent you the article.
We're going to have public schools start paying for college athletes.
Don't sit here and think Don't sit here and think that I'm making this stuff up.
I'm not saying you're making it up.
Plan High School will be one of the.
Florida State Board of Education approves NIL deals for high school athletes. After more than a year of debate and crafting policies, NIL is officially coming to the Sunshine State for high school athletes. The Florida State Board of Education ratified bylaw changes on Wednesday from the Florida High School Athletic Association that allow a name, image, and likeness activities for its student athletes without forfeiting the ability to play prep sports. The bylaw changes were initially passed by the FHSAA Board of Directors in early June by unanimous vote, and after 45 minutes of additional debate, including from a coach who spoke about his opposition and the new bylaw, the FHSAA vote will then officially be rubber stamped by the Board of Education Wednesday after 30 minutes of additional votes. Students will now be able to utilize their hard-earned money for college tuition, housing, and food once they graduate. Commissioner of Education Manny Diaz said in Wednesday's meeting, the FHSAA will provide specific instructions to schools. I also want to make abundantly clear we will not tolerate any attempt by companies to circumvent the process and take advantage of our students. We've already seen a company called Yoke try to get students, athletes to join their multi-level marketing scheme, and there are others, blah, 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 blah.
So with this real quick, they're going to go the same way like the NCAA started. Now it's changed. But where the school can't bring money to them, so it has to be, non-affiliated school stuff. So like Jay, Jesuit can't come to Jay and say, hey, we need you to, bring this money. Jay needs to do it on his own. Plus, currently the student athlete can't hire an agent.
With the change, 38 states and the District of Columbia now allow athletes to participate in NIL deals without forfeiting the ability to play high school sports.
So these teachers are going to be teaching kids in high school that are making more money than them.
Yeah.
And they're going to make that process to start going well?
Yep.
Good luck.
If I'm making $100,000 for the year to play high school, why am I listening to anything?
Right.
I'm getting into a college, clearly.
I'm just telling you.
You got to take entrance exams and stuff to get into Jesuit. Academics is the first priority. It's not happening.
Okay.
Don't you just feel like there's
They don't take funding from anyone. When COVID shut down everything, it didn't shut down Jesuit.
Yeah, but you know what Jesuit is? An absolute powerhouse in high school football.
That's fine.
And guess what? They aren't going to stop being a powerhouse in high school football.
And they're not going to have to pay for it.
Yeah. Okay.
They're getting paid.
Aren't they? Jay, just watch.
The players would get paid.
No, I'm saying, but like they have to pay to go to that school, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like that's the.
Well, they get scholarships.
They get scholarships. I mean,
but
they do it on a needs basis. We need a good quarterback. They need to give them a scholarship.
Yeah, you know what? They'll go out down to Miami and find this real fast guy that's a real good quarterback, and they'll say, hey, come play at Jesuit for $50,000 a year.
These kids pass the academic test, and then they sit there for years. I mean, it's not. They don't have guys that just come and go.
Okay, bud. I'm just saying.
I'm not going to say high school football is something that needs to be protected. I don't know if that's sacred, but I feel like it's all about kind of where you live in that area, and then you play for that high school. Like, that's what high school football is all about.
I'm just saying.
This isn't about this. Now we're going to be taking.
Beginning. This is the beginning. Lummy, you understand it probably better than they do. This is the beginning.
It is. That's what NCAA did last year.
Warren Sapp or Derek Brooks or
None of
any
which
of these guys.
None of this
work
applies
done about what they think about their high school and the communities they grew up in.
Doesn't matter what they think about it. What it matters is what the FHSAA thinks about it, and they're saying, let it rip. You can be paid for your name, image, and likeness. You have the ability to be paid.
Seth, you can get little Sethy already, in the NIL.
So, I mean, basically what we're talking about is there's a high school, and one of the kids' dads owns a car dealership, and then he's going to give $1,000 a month to each player, and then a few of the better players get their own cars to use for the season. I mean, but the schools aren't going to be giving the kids money. It's whatever deals essentially they can secure on their own.
Yep.
So the boosters do it, Seth.
Yeah.
You have
that's what
boosters, instead of giving $1 million to the school, give $500,000 and you give $500 to kids.
Jay, that's what they did. They started last year in the NCAA. They had the boosters. Not the school. Well, the NCAA and the school
through these. Hold on.
Now this year it totally changed.
Hold on. Through these things, and Lummy will back me. Through these things called collectives.
Yeah,
that's what they're called.
They're smart enough to figure this
They're
out.
called collectives.
Yes. Oh my God. That was last year.
And so these collectives, which are basically fundraising arms of the high school.
No. Technically, that's where they get around it. The collective have nothing to do with the school.
It's just made up a bunch of student boosters.
No, it's all like boosters, things like that, and that's why. And they call it the collective. So the school doesn't touch the money. The money goes to the collectives, and then the collectives are the ones that give it to Johnny quarterback and Little Sethy and all these different ones.
Yep.
But the school doesn't touch it. Now the NCAA did that last year. The NCAA this year now touches the money. So now this every college has an NIL person.
38 of the 50 states have already approved, and the guy that I spoke to from Indiana said it's going to decimate. It's just going to, the Caramels.
Well, Warsaw High's going to have to sell their skag in order to start buying players.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Fucking cash.
I'm just telling you there is. That's why if you look at Texas, and those Texas high schools are.
But look, like that.
Look, this lady Ash FL in the Panhandle. There's a backup running back at a high school that's making $20,000 a year.
I know, but not everybody on the team's getting paid.
No.
AI told me it's very unlikely that Jesuit High School will accept NIH funding.
And then what?
It says it's very unlikely they would accept that funding. Jesuit High School, Tampa, and other private schools generally do not accept funds for athletic programs from external agencies like the NIH.
Yeah, NIH is different than NIL. And NIL is not, that's what I'm saying. If they're not, you don't donate to the school, Jay.
I understand, but I don't think they're going to allow their students to do it either. I mean, let's see if I can find
Well, you can't stop a student from making some money on the side. No, because technically, according to FHA, you're not allowed to wear your jersey in a commercial or something.
Jesuit schools generally allow student athletes to monetize their name.
See? The Jesuit does it, Jay.
But they have specific policies to ensure that they go along with the school's values and reputation. See, we can both be right.
Oh yeah, this is. They probably don't want Jimmy. Yeah, they probably don't want Jimmy at 18 to be in the spokesman for the penthouse.
I believe in Joe Henry.
Exactly.
So. Anybody dress up as the Easter Bunny for any cosplay?
Not last week, but Cos week.
Little. Man. Man, have you thought about like getting like a planetarium, like 3D screen on the roof that's playing like scenes from space?
You mean like the Spear?
Yeah, like in here.
No. We can't be fucking. We're not doing much more stuff in here.
Except we got Christmas lights up there.
You little rascal, Berto. Give me a password for that. What's up, Thomas?
Yeah, probably so. HS Bubba fan.
I did have a moment yesterday, Seth, where I realized my boy's going to be gone in a couple of months. He's got 2 weeks of school left.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm proud of him though. He's become quite a young man.
You gonna cry?
I'm sure. I'm excited
I did.
more.
I cried. I still cry every night.
School year went by fast. Feels like.
I cry every night.
High school's blink, man.
Cry every night.
What up, Johnny? What up, Dark Matt Steve?
Yeah, Candle's struggling with it for sure.
Oh yeah, she's gonna struggle with it. Her baby.
And you remember how sick he was, so all that stuff comes to the forefront with her.
It is Mr. Character. It was I was gifted it by Yinzers. Oh, and I actually have shirts like this I've been wearing lately because they're soft. Mosey's gonna have the second largest planetarium. We gotta get that shit hooked up over here. What up, Redneck? I'm ready to look at some cool stuff on the ceiling.
Enjoy it, Berto Perez. High school goes quick. By the time they're 16, they're checked out.
If anybody wants a
Good way.
Game Worn Tops Chrome shirt, $30. Still smells new.
You know, Dark Match Jesus. What he says is funny. He looks
What
like
up,
Dr.
Xerxes?
Evil. Sometimes he's on top of it. I think he's hilarious.
I heard the Bears are looking to move up to 4 or 5 to get Ashton Genty.
What are they, 8?
From 10.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Somebody trying to get through. Could be LM. Gotta let him right on through, Lummy.
Oh yes, of
fans
course.
love him. Hello, who's this?
Hi, good morning. This is Brian. It's not LM, I'm sorry. But I wanted to make a comment about Jesuit. They have been paying kids to go to that school since I was in high school about 25 years ago.
Yeah, Jay doesn't quite. Jay doesn't.
No,
want
I just said they give him scholarships.
Jay's got the rose-colored glasses
Yeah,
on.
so yeah,
They give them scholarships.
They've been recruiting forever.
Of course.
It's one of the dirtiest, scummiest places. I know that their education is great, but they are just awful.
Well, I mean, I think
I giggle at you.
I think
it's funny. So every institution in the United States that recruits is a horrible institution. So that would mean your college, if you went to one. I don't know if you did.
Yeah, well,
if you did, then your college did the same thing.
No, well, of course they do. But they're
Okay,
a college.
it's horrible. It's a horrible place you went.
Yeah. Trust me, going to Jesuit didn't get me into college. But if you really think about it, the reason that I actually left Jesuit was because we had a priest who touched children, and we had a mass hall. We didn't pray for the child. We prayed for the priest. So screw them.
All right, buddy.
I'm sorry you didn't graduate from Jesuit, and I'm sorry you had that experience. I have never read anything about that experience, and I deny anything. I've never heard of anything like it. But if you have something to cite to it, that's good. When was it? When was it? Who was it?
Well, can you dump me for a moment?
Was it something public? I would imagine it was public. If it wasn't public, then I don't want to hear anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not public, then we can't talk about it.
But if it's not public, you shouldn't be talking about it.
But if it is public, if it was public and printed, and the guy was arrested or whatever,
This would have been 2003.
Never heard anything about that.
Yeah.
Was it ever reported? Was it tried?
I believe so.
All right.
Give me one quick moment. Let me look up his name.
What happened? This guy got sucked off by his coach?
I thought we were talking about sports.
Oh.
Wasn't this about sports? Name, likeness, image?
Oh, I mean,
it looks like it kind of, if it's the same person, it looks like he's relieved of his duty. I'm not gonna say his name, obviously, but
well, I can't say his name if it's in the news.
If it's in the news, I don't care.
Say his name.
Well, I'm trying to make sure. I'm making sure.
Say, baby, I love you.
It's a legit website.
If you think that I don't believe that there was lots of sexual misconduct in the Catholic Church over the last 100 years, I think you and I probably agree on that.
Yeah, well, this one was specific to Jesuits.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Hi.
Okay.
I do have very limited time, sir, like a minute, and then I gotta go.
I got all day.
Yeah, no.
It's fine. Here. Listen, if that happened, like you're saying, and there's public reports on it, you made the right decision leaving. I don't know how that relates to today's NIL imaging and whether or not kids are getting paid to play athletics or whether or not student boosters have made sure that Jesuits had the top-notch students forever. I mean, everyone knows that. So
it
looks like
so then we agree, but I was just.
What's his name? Reverend Vincent in 2002.
Yeah,
it's in the Tempe Times.
Vincent, yep, that's it.
Reverend Vincent, yes.
I rebuke Reverend Vincent in the name of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we rebuke him.
All right, well, I hope you all have a great day.
You too, buddy. Thank you for the insight.
I'm glad that you have a great son, and he enjoyed Jesuit, and
I appreciate your insight,
a different institution than.
And you were right, and you were right on your information, and we appreciate you listening, and we appreciate you.
100%.
Yep, have a great one.
All right, buddy, take care. Whew. Well, I need my massage chair.
Yes, you do.
You do? Catholic massage chair?
We'll do the after show, but probably say 35, 40. You available for that?
I'll be around.
Yes,
Perfect. Me, you, Kush. That's the way it is every Friday or every Monday or whatever the hell today is. We'll see you then.
Thanks for letting me finish. You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.